Who is?
Nichols.
Uh,
No, Stillwell.
You don't have, well, our court reporter doesn't have any power, so we don't have to be doing much.
I just want them to
But are we ready to pick up where we were with the next one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And it's going to be PDF page 3058, reference number 3030.
Okay.
And Your Honor, this call, it's select portions, so I'll announce which portions. I'm going to start with 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay.
And these are the time hacks that are on the chart all parties have.
All right. And what are the objections going to be? Can y'all voice the objections so I can know what to be listening for?
Yes. Your Honor, this is kind of going to be the same thing with relevance and also hearsay. Again, it seems to me that this is going to be Mr. Garlington. I think it's fair to say from going through the wiretap that Mr. Garlington is involved in the drug trade. From the context of everything he talks about on the wiretap, what I will not agree with is that this has anything to do with anyone other than Mr. Garlington. And so a lot of what he's talking about is illegality, general and criminality, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case, and I certainly don't see how it comes in through a hearsay exception to this case.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just listen and see.
Adam boy had little spider fever and that little shit like that.
Who?
I say, Roland had a little house, little apartment out, that fever.
Yeah.
We need some little shit like that around the way that we can roll out of, bro.
Yeah. Hey, I say,
Your Honor, that's 2 minutes to 2:16. We're next going to play 6 minutes and 7 seconds to 8 minutes and 24 seconds.
He just act like, well, I'll get him 23rd on the reason. I say, man, come on, man, D had it on money, man.
I'm telling you, man. That nigga said, Cecil would let me see the video. That nigga said they ain't had over 17,000. Like, what nigga? Come on, bro. Man.
And he keep trying to like he pumping you, he don't pump you up and all that. Go ahead on, man.
Yeah, man. Nigga,
Yeah.
brother, man,
He
gave me
just
$1,000. Listen, what? That nigga gave me $1,000 when I got out, bro. Look, he just won't be in so much competition with nigga. Look, B Slime gave me like B Slime and Matt Main, they gave me like 500 apiece. And I think B Slime gave me like 800, and Matt Main gave me like 500. But he had that loss. He was just like shit. He would tell me like everything I win right here, pick it up. I had them pick up for 500. So I was telling him like shit. Matt Main, he like, man, that's all he gave you. He like shit.
Yeah.
He nigga with rappers and shit. Yeah, man. I thought that was Cecil right now. Like, yeah, man, I give my boy 1,000. That's how nigga give you 500. Remember what he worried about what another nigga gave me, bro?
Exactly, bro. Like you, what the hell you ain't worried about that? Got nothing to do with you, bro.
That man gave me $1,000, bro. Number side that, like, nigga, I was going through to get the weed, and he was still putting, like, how everybody is saying, Matt Main telling folk goddamn, talking about, boy, hey, man, he lying. The man told him folk, like, man, well, he took the boy out there. Shit, man, he tell me everything. He really took him out there. Like the plug situation, man. Man, home busting the head 200-300. He like shit. When D told me like shit, but you supposed to did it. Man, I ain't told you no shit like that.
Say that, G.
Huh?
He said, man, say that.
Yeah, that way everybody get from. Like when I told Roger, like me and Roger was turning at the gambling house, I ain't want no nigga just think like, man, I'm out here just taking everybody out. I'm right there just telling Roger, he like, man, hell no, I don't believe it, bro.
Yeah.
He like, yeah.
And Your Honor, the next portion is 8 minutes and 30 seconds to 9 minutes and 24 seconds.
Man, yeah, homo definitely tripping with the shell kill shit. Like, I ain't
Yeah,
never-
then he like, what? I don't fuck them niggas, but hey, what then when he started getting saying like, oh yeah, boy, I got something for whoever get him. Boy, I got something for whoever get him.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, oh shit.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I just like, bro, you want all that fake ass shit, bro. Go ahead on, bro.
I'm telling you, man.
Like, yeah, bro, nigga, what all that fake shit, bro? You know what it is? I'm just like, bro, yeah, man. Go
Yeah,
ahead
man.
on.
Somebody said they seen him in the car with the boy.
Huh?
I don't know how true it is. Somebody said they seen the boy killed in the car with him. I don't forget who the hell they told
In
me.
the cover,
Yeah.
there's a fool there.
Yeah.
Somebody, man, they said he wrote the ball. Like, nah, they ain't came to no deal.
That what they say?
Bill Boone said he heard, I think, one time, Bill Boone asked, like, Johnny Brown came through here. Somebody told him there was something.
Yeah. And I'm just trying to Fred told me on Trey Woman call.
And Your Honor, the spreadsheet, the state's not going to be playing 9:45 to 11 minutes.
Okay.
So I just focus on the first three. And for the 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 16 seconds,
Mhm.
and he's talking with, I believe, Dewaskin Watt, right, a 30 deep member, and he says, you know that those guys have a spot in Pittsburgh, part of the city of Atlanta, and he says we need a spot like that we can roll out of. And so what the state believes, they're talking about getting a trap spot essentially to where they can go and quickly navigate and go in and out of. The next portion, which is
Okay, well,
Yes, Your
stop. And on that portion, is there any indication there that that's related to anything other than his own desire to be selling drugs?
So, Your Honor, there's another call, which I don't think we've gotten to yet, where Demekion Garlington is talking with, I believe, Mr. Wright. I'll check my notes. And he's telling him you should sell your Percocets on Instagram. It's how you can get customers. And he's mentioning, we will get to this call. And he says SB, talking about defendant Stillwell, was basically successful of getting Percocets sold online and Instagram. We also have embedded that there's no, in this specific case, I don't have, and oftentimes you do not have specific, Garlington and Mr. Wright got a trap spot after this conversation, and they put up a big sign that says, this is the YSL trap house. We're going to give our proceeds to our fellow gang members. But it's the fact that they, there's some uniformity because there's a spot called the Web that's referenced in 2015 and also comes up when we get to Antonio Sumlin's wiretap in 2022. And so areas where they can operate freely and sell narcotics, or Waters Road is similar in terms of going, a lot of times there's firearms there as well, is a common theme. So to answer the court's question, I do not have specific evidence of Mr. Wright and Mr. Garlington after this conversation, getting another trap house spot. There is on Garlington's wiretap a trap spot where he's actively saying, hey, there's a new customer, go outside and come back, selling primarily or almost exclusively Percocet pills, off of Moreland. But to answer the court's question with this specific clip, I do not, the states wanted to get this part in talking about we need a spot we can roll from, just like these other group of people have in Pittsburgh.
Mhm. And so what's overall the state's evidence that this is being done as a, to the benefit of YSL?
So, Your Honor, the state's position in regards to that is Garlington discussing and trying to find or speak about other areas to where they could sell narcotics is in furtherance of the gang. I don't have a specific piece of evidence to point to the court. And it's the state's belief that, inferences can be drawn by the jury in terms of if the state's alleging and putting forth evidence or arguing closing about the web or about Waters Road. This is a wiretap call that is very unlikely to, they would believe they would be ever heard, more or less introduced in a trial.
Mhm.
Talking about freely, we need to get a spot we can roll out of. So it gives some relevance to the state's assertion that these are trap houses versus just places that people hang out who are
Okay.
friends.
All right. Okay, you want to move on to whatever you were going to say about the next clip?
Yes, Your Honor. The next portion, which is 6 minutes to 8:24, Garlington is discussing B. Slime. Jaboris Greer is who we believe that he's referring to, and he also references Christian McMiller, who the state has addressed to the court. And so he's mentioning money that they gave him for his bond, talking about different amounts and so that has come up periodically from the state in argument or about paying for fellow, and both B. Slime and Christian McMiller, the state believes were YSL members. And so that portion is for paying of bonds of fellow gang members. And so the state, because in terms of why that specific conversation is in furtherance, he's discussing how much each gave. And so it's some cohesiveness in terms of Mr. Wright and Garlington speaking about the bond money he received.
Okay.
And the last one, Your Honor, Garlington starts, it's right around 8 minutes and 28 seconds, where he says, Holmes is definitely tripping with the Shell Kell stuff. And so Shell Kell is someone does come up periodically in this case in terms of a rival gang member. And so him discussing Mr. Wright in response to that says he doesn't mess with him. And they're discussing someone else in terms of talking tough, I believe, about what they would do to Shell Kell. But nonetheless, it's the fact that Shell Kell gets referenced quite frequently by the state. This is a private conversation, and Shell Kell specifically will come up in other wiretap calls because Demekion Garlington makes reference in later wiretap calls to a song he made where he says, I have to change and take his name out of it because if something happens to that boy,
Right.
they're going to think it's us.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the three portions the state wanted to play, Your Honor.
Okay. And those were generally just relevance objections, or is
To me, the way I'm analyzing this is the state needs to satisfy two separate tests based on my objections. It needs to be relevant, and then it needs to have a way that it's admissible through the rules of evidence beyond relevance. And I'm just not hearing it. I don't, Your Honor asked what evidence they have, and then Mr. Atkins said, well, we don't have evidence of them being Garlington and I guess DeWaskin Wright is who they think this is, getting a trap spot and putting a neon sign that says for YSL. and I agree they don't have that, but they don't have a lot less either. That's kind of a straw man of what we're expecting. They don't have, there's no indication at all that I've seen that Mr. Garlington is, now there's certainly an indication that he's selling drugs, but that his drug dealing exploits have anything to do with Mr. Stillwell. Other than he talks about selling people pills on the same phone that he happens to use to talk to Mr. Stillwell and other people, but that's not really a nexus. So again, we're just even, so to me, all of what Garlington has going on, unless there's some link, is completely irrelevant, and it's also subject to 403. But on top of that, when we talk about, Mr. Atkins just brought up, and I'm having a little difficulty following the call, but and what Mr. Garlington's saying, but about bond money. Okay, if Mr. Garlington's on a phone call talking about so and so paid so and so else's bond, the state needs to figure out, who's going to testify and provide live testimony to this with personal knowledge, because just talking about what other people have done in the past is not, to my understanding of the law, is not going to fall under a co-conspirator statement. So we have both those issues, and I just don't think that the explanation that the state gave really addressed either of them for this call.
Okay. So is all of the discussion about the money, that's, what is that? Is that everything in the past?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. Garlington is discussing how much money they gave him for, I believe, his own bond in a prior case.
Okay. So it's his own first-hand knowledge about his own, what he got?
Correct, because he says B. Slime McMain, and B. Slime gave me 800 and McMain gave me 500.
Okay. And how is them discussing that
So,
furthering the conspiracy?
yes, Your Honor. So the narrative of past events can be in furtherance if it serves some present purpose. So the state's position is him discussing two other, who the state believes are YSL gang members paying for his bond,
Right.
fosters some cohesiveness. He's talking with Mr. Wright, who is to the state's understanding, an allied gang of 30 deep, which Garlington, Mr. Copeland, and defendant Stillwell, the state sets forth, used to be a part of, and then it kind of became part of YSL. All that aside, that's the state's argument, is that him discussing this, of the money they gave him, fosters a present purpose of cohesiveness.
Cohesiveness with the allied gang?
Yes, Your Honor. Because the speaker, Garlington, he has to be a part of the same conspiracy as who it's held against. So the state's position is that YSL member Garlington is making that statement. That's the state's.
Okay, I don't think that one meets the
Yes, Your Honor.
conspirator exception. And then okay, was there any further argument on the shell kill portion?
From the state, Your Honor? Or
The defense? Anything beyond relevance on that?
guess it would be the same objection about, I mean, the state articulated what their interest in this call is the fact that Shell Kell, in the argument they just made, Shell Kell's name just keeps getting brought up. Well, okay. I mean, even if that's true, his name keeps getting brought up, and even if to them that has some sort of relevance to the overall story they're trying to tell, we don't have a declarant at this point that is testifying. And I don't, there's no exception. I'm not trying to be smart, but to my understanding, there's no exception to the hearsay rule that, the state just gets to say, well, we think it's interesting that someone's name gets brought up a lot, so we want to admit it. I don't see how it falls under 801D 2E or anything else. It's just, he's talking about past events as I understand it. I have no idea if he's talking about past events he has personal knowledge of. My guess would be he probably doesn't, but that's speculation. So I just don't see how any of this is admissible. I guess I'm just keep going back to the fallback position. I'm arguing to exclude things, but the fallback position is we're not talking about live testimony here. We're talking about the state playing a tape wiretap. And to me, that requires them to jump through extra hoops, including how it falls under a hearsay exception. And you're just not doing it.
And so how is this part of this conversation in furtherance of the conspiracy?
So, Your Honor, the notes I have is Garlington. He says Holmes, talking about someone else who's not Mr. Wright, not Mr. Garlington, is definitely tripping with the Shell Kell stuff. And then Mr. Wright says, I don't mess with them, plural. But he's like, oh yeah, I got some for him, whoever gets him. And he says the guy is tripping, and he says, and then Garlington says they got him, talking about the same male, in a car. They just seen the boy with him. Talking about this male he's tripping with the Shell Kell stuff because they think he's in a car with him. So it's the fact that they are concerned or discussing someone associating with Shell Kell that the state feels is relevant. I think there also is an argument here in terms of, because the state is not going to be articulating who this person is, there's a non-hearsay argument in terms of it's the fact that they're concerned someone's riding around with Shell Kell. And in terms of the truth of the matter asserted of is Holmes riding around with Shell Kell or not is not why the state's introducing it. It wants to show the jury how they're freely discussing someone who is possibly riding around with someone that they consider a rival gang member. That's the which in my mind falls under both, but almost is more applicable as non-hearsay because the state's not going to be arguing or asserting if this person actually is with Shell Kell or not. It's just the way they're talking about that.
Okay, but all right, so they're letting each other know then, though, that so here's this person, Holmes or whatever, that you need to be on the alert. He's hanging with Shell Kell. Is this basically the?
That's how I interpret from listening what they're saying, Your Honor.
All right. I think that would pass the 801, whatever it is, D2E test. Okay.
Your Honor, the next three go together. So PDF page number 3200, 3202, and 3206, which are reference numbers 3171, 3172, and 3177.
Mhm.
They're all on April 9th. The first one is at 7:33 p.m. The second one is at 7:35 p.m. And the third one is 7:41 p.m. So they're in a span of 8 minutes. And the reason I wanted to give this backstory is because they all kind of play off one another. And so I'm going to, I don't know what the defense's position on these calls, but I wanted to play them back to back. They're quite short,
Okay.
and then address the court.
All right. Well, is there? Yes.
The same thing. It's relevance and it's they appear, I think a fair reading of it is, it appears to be Demekion Garlington involved in general criminality.
So, Your Honor, the state is going to play. The state's going to play PDF page 3200 first.
Okay.
Hello. What's up? You got a slider? What is that? They call it. Oh, they call, man, I'm tripping. No, that's what we looking for one now. Damn. Where the hell you at? Right here with the op. You with the who? Yeah, I'm with him, buddy. You know I ain't gonna talk on no phone. Oh, for real? Yeah, at the West End. At the West End? Yeah. Damn, man. Hey. And he ain't got no car. Your girl just pulled out in the car. For real? Yeah, that whole peanut just pulled out. Damn, who there with him? Nobody up there by himself. You got something on him? No, I don't know. I just came up here gambling, but he just got the little jewelry on him. All right, let me call you. I'm call you right back. All right.
Your Honor, we're now going to play 3202.
Where you at, bro?
What's up?
Yeah.
All right, I just came to the house. I was on the block.
Oh, I'm right here around through right here. I just got a call what Johnny got down around the way, so he got something on him.
For real?
Yeah, I thought you ran away. I was gonna come pick you up.
I just left from this side.
I know how that shit is. But you far out and
Hey, yeah, I'm in Fanola.
oh yeah, damn.
Hey, they say you run around with it though.
Yeah, he at the gambling house. I ain't in no slide. I was just gonna get down. I'm finna see how I'm finna do this shit though. I'm finna get down. I probably need to put paper tag on them motherfucker.
And just call, let me know, man.
All right.
Your Honor, the state's going to play 3206.
I can't grow. Hello? Hey, you ain't got no iPhone, like? Yeah, nah. Why you say that? Nah, I want to talk on the phone. I was gonna tell you something on
I'm gonna get pieced up. I'm gonna get pieced up on right quick.
just like FaceTime, because they can't hear on that FaceTime shit.
I'm gonna FaceTime audio you.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the 3200 is DeQuellis Boyer, who's Little Quill. He's the brother of DeMarco Boyer, who the state believes is affiliated with Paradise East PDE, an allied gang of YSL, and is the brother of the phone records we discussed in August with Boyer. This is his brother. And so the next call at 3202 is Antonio Sumlin, the gentleman whose tattoos and the gun we were discussing, who was a defendant who pled. And so the first call, Little Quill calls Garlington and says he's with the ops. And he says his girl just pulled off in the car. Peanut just pulled off. I believe he's talking about a female whose nickname is Peanut. And then Garlington's like, well, who's up there with him? And he says he's up there by himself. And he asks him, does he have something on him? And Little Quill says, I don't know. He has jewelry. I believe they're referring to, does he have a gun on him? And then 2 minutes later, he calls Antonio Sumlin, another YSL gang member, and he says, and the person they're discussing is named Johnny, who at the time in March 22 was having a public Instagram dispute with Garlington. So they had problems with one another. He says that boy Johnny is around the way. Sorry, my problem. Apologies, Madam Court Board. He says that boy Johnny has something on him. How far out are you? And then he says, they say he's riding around with it. And Garlington says, I'm not in a slider. I'm fixing to do this shit though. Paper tag on this mother effort. So what he's referring to is a slider is a car you can quickly go do a crime in, a paper tag, you can't get caught. And then literally that was at 7:35, Your Honor. At 7:41, he calls back the first gentleman, Little Quill, and he says, do you have an iPhone on you? I got something to tell you, but I can't talk on a phone. FaceTime me because they can't hear. And I believe when he says they, he means the police, law enforcement, they can't hear on that FaceTime shit.
Mhm.
And then the call ends. And I believe that. So the state, for one, you have two of the three murders in this indictment involve at least rental cars. And so the fact that he's talking about in a very short span of time, he gets word that this opposition or someone he's beefing with, and then within a couple minutes, he's calling Antonio Sumlin to help him and referencing getting paper tags and a slider. The state feels this is certainly in furtherance of the co-conspirator for what the state feels are apparent reasons. And that's why the state wanted to address these three together, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to admit those over objection.
At least, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so the state starts out by saying that this is Lil Quill is what I got, but last name Boyer, who's the brother of DeMarco Boyer, who's not charged in this case, and who no one really even heard of until 60 days ago. The fact that he's DeMarco Boyer's brother, to me, has no relevance. Mr. Atkins provided some context to this that I wasn't unaware of. I wasn't aware of, but apparently, according to the state, Mr. Garlington, as an individual, was having some sort of social media feud with a man named Johnny. One of Mr. Garlington's friends named Boyer, who is not this gentleman, other than being on this wiretap, is not, to my knowledge, not mentioned anywhere in discovery. Calls Garlington, says, hey, I see this person that you're having some beef with, I guess. And then Mr. Garlington lays out his plan on what he's going to do to Mr. Sumlin. Again, I don't know it to be Mr. Sumlin. The state's saying it's Mr. Sumlin. I'm not doubting that. But what I just keep going back to, my client is in jail at this time. There's absolutely no indication that Mr. Williams is in contact with Garlington. Mr. Nichols is in jail at this time. I'm really struggling to figure out how I concede common sense. Listening to this call, it appears that Mr. Garlington is planning some sort of crime. I don't know what it is, a robbery or whatever he's planning on some gentleman, some individual he doesn't like. But what this has to do with the group at large, I'm completely lost on. And 401, 403, and then 401 and 403 seem to be major issues that would need to be addressed before these calls are admitted into evidence. And so I don't know. I think I concede. Of course, I don't represent this gentleman, but I could see that Mr. Garlington's involved in some criminality through these calls, but that's not really the issue. But it's going to lead to, my concern is a lot of confusion of issues here. And again, there'll be no one to cross-examine about some of these matters. Even when we get to the hearsay exception, sure, I concede that in certain contexts, asking someone to ride with you or to talk through a plan to get at one of your enemies, personal enemies, would be potentially an 801 D2E situation if the conspiracy that's taking place here on this call was the conspiracy that is charged in this indictment, but it's clearly not. So I just don't see it, and I think it's going to be very confusing to the jury just to hear a conversation of two people who are not going to be testifying about some private animosity against some unknown person named Johnny.
Okay. State want to make any further record?
Your Honor, if the court would like further argument from the state believes that the initial arguments set forth of for one, the first call is letting Garlington know that this person's up here. So it could have been anyone. It's the fact that he gets notified, and what does he do with that information? And he immediately calls, essentially immediately, a couple minutes later, Antonio Sumlin, who is, again, someone who was charged in this indictment, pled, has YSL street gang tattoos on his body, and the state believes Garlington and Sumlin are both YSL gang members. And so Sumlin doesn't ask a lot of questions. He's, in that brief wiretap call, it's essentially,
Okay.
so the state feels that it's actively talking about going to shoot somebody between two YSL gang members, together.
Okay. Thank you. All right, my ruling stands. All right, 3501 is our next reference number, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor. And will be PDF page 3534.
Okay, and I see, just so that I let y'all know, we need to circle back on this. I think we all just got a letter from Mr. Arnold's attorney about scheduling, which I have not been able to read, but we need to figure out whatever she's saying about that and sort it out and get her an answer scheduling wise, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, did the court want to keep going with?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just saw that come over the email, so I want to put it on our radar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
And this call, $35.43, this is referencing, this references what I discussed earlier about the jail, that they put Miles Farley in a room with Quay and Nard. So he says, Nard just called me 2 days ago. And this is in reference to what's going on in the jail. I can play it, but I just wanted to give that backstory context.
Okay. And so what is this going to be? Trying to get him protection, like a conversation about that? Or what?
Yes, Your Honor. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up my notes. Yes, so this 3534 is Garlington speaking with Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, was a defendant on this case and has pled. And they're discussing, Mr. Greer's spent some time in prison and was affiliated with the Goodfellas, the gang that, when I was discussing the Capo Frank. And so Garlington calls him and Mr. Greer says, hey, call call him, and he says the mob in Nine Deuce, talking about the mob is also in reference to Goodfellas in Nine Deuce, which is part and parcel of the Inglewood family. YFN just jumped on Little Miles, and Garlington's like, for real? This is like when they're first learning about it. And then they say, hold on, let me start a three-way call. And he asked what floor on Rice Street. And then this sets off a cascade of events of trying to get to the bottom of who were these mob members in jail who teamed up with YFN to hurt Miles Farley.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know that I need to hear it. Is there objection to this? And if so, is it the same one voiced or one's voiced about the prior calls about getting protection for Miles and sorting that out?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, my ruling would be the same then, so this is admissible. So then our next one is 30, where is it? 3510,
Yes, Your Honor.
3543. Okay.
And
Is this the same thing?
It is, Your Honor. And so that statement summary that in the center, I'm going through these in terms of, I didn't bracket them by subject matter, so to speak, but this pertains to the same incident where they're trying to get a hold of the individual in the jail to help get to the bottom of what happened.
Okay. And I'm sorry, who's he talking to? at this
So
point?
in 3575, Your Honor, he's talking with So I believe he's talking with Tinquarius Nard Minder, who is incarcerated at the time, is also the individual who was rooming with Mark Wavius Huey.
So basically, do the next 4 or 5 all have to do with this, or 6?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So they are relevant. However, can you get that story in without using 11 or 12 different
Yes.
wiretaps?
Yes, Your Honor, I will look at all of these and
Okay.
see how to coherently get that through with as
Okay, so
Not
take a
all
look
these
at the
calls.
ones, that we already addressed, as well as these next. It looks like at least 6, right? And pick a few, and let's just use those, and not we don't need probably every little detail of all of it.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right. So narrow. Okay, so then that would take us to, well, I guess 30,
769, Your Honor.
looks like it's still the same thing?
So this is a little different.
Okay. What's this one?
So give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
This, I'm finding my notes, but this is when he's speaking with whose nickname is Bobby Hunt, Khalif Adams, and who was a defendant on this indictment. I'm going to pull up my notes, or transcript, I should say. Yes, Your Honor. It's the call I was thinking of. He's speaking with Khalif Adams, who's in prison, speaking on a contraband phone.
Okay.
And the state's going to play this call for the court.
Yo,
What it do, twin?
what's up?
What you got going?
Shit, I just woke up.
Your phone, yeah, your phone ringing. That nigga Nook down there with you. You at Hayes, ain't?
No, just came down here.
Yeah. He had to come up.
Oh, they just told me. That's what they just told me came down
They
here.
got him on the till too though.
Yeah, I probably get my shot.
You can get him out now.
He can't come out here with all that fun bunny shit. He fuck up all my
Nah, I
shit.
already told him that. I already told him. I said, bro, got down.
But
You
that
know,
nigga,
you know, he don't be on no bullshit unless it comes to him though. You know, I was just in the dorm with him, bro. He be chilling. Only reason like he gonna go is like, you know, they was on him on that other shit, saying he did that with brain, you know.
nah, that's it, man. My shit.
Yeah, they were saying that about Shawty, like I asked you all about the shit, you feel me? Like no paperwork.
Yeah, you know, niggas in here right now, too.
Huh?
There's some of the mob niggas in there doing.
You said so many?
It's something about 8 there. That shit ain't too much, man.
Yeah, but them niggas as a buck, well, for sure. But yeah, I don't got down though. Like, yeah, he like, bro, this shit high as fuck now. He told bro, I need a tablet. He like, man, tell Hunt, man, I got down. He trying to pay for a tablet.
Yeah, I'm finna see. They put a ring on Monday for these tablets. It's Fat Squad work on Monday for these tablets.
You say you got what?
I said the tax squad supposed to come Monday for the tablet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, so I'm really gonna see how they work their move Monday, and I don't know what I can do for his
Yeah. But you over the whole all what the hell you over here Hunt?
Huh?
I said what the hell you like what you over the camp or you over goddamn all this shit?
I'm over CERN down a lot of shit.
What you talking about? you be talking you ain't even talking to poke ass?
I haven't talked to a nigga.
What it?
No, I've been talking to Twin, man.
29.
Yeah, I've been talking 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I stay talking little clock. I don't be talking. Tayway.
I talked to Clock at him up down there, but I also been doing a little bit.
He down there with little who?
Huh?
You say he down there with little who?
With one of my little brother.
Oh, okay. Man, he saying, oh man, it be back locked up.
How did he get locked up?
One of them niggas had got.
Yeah, but I thought he got out from that shit.
Nah, he didn't get out.
But yeah, what I was gonna say, I'm pull up on the nigga. The tilt oil is back there. That work. He worked back here. The tilt oil live in my dorm. What dorm he said he was in?
I had them DM to say, hold on, let me see. I didn't say he ain't got that. He in G1 106.
So I'm pull up on those food in the morning.
I'm gonna tell that nigga he
You said G1 what?
G1 G1 106.
I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm sending food back there. I'm sending back food back there. He needs hygiene too.
Yeah, you know he probably need all that.
Yeah, I'm sending some of that shit back there.
When
Who that came from, nigga in G1? Let's fuck all that, nigga.
When he called me, I'm try to call you, see if you up.
Yeah, I'm up now.
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, Sean, that is the entirety of the call. I'm not sure what specific is to this portion.
my objection are similar to the ones that regarding this subject matter of Mr. Farley's in jail and people are messing with him. So those previously
Okay.
stated objections.
So you had, Mr. Atkins said that there was some different subject matter than just that in this call.
So, yes, Your Honor. So at the time of this call, I believe he's in Hayes prison and says he's in Hayes, if I'm not mistaken. But Khalif Adams, Garlington's calling Khalif Adams and is describing who I believe is John Quavius Hood, a 30 Deep member. He's coming to prison, and Mr. Khalif Adams is a high-ranking member in prison. And so that's why when Garlington's asking him, what are you over? Like just your cell, your row? And he's like kind of saying, I'm over a lot of stuff and I can get him a tablet, as in a contraband tablet, what the price is. And so he's trying to get clarity on when John Quavius Hood is getting to the prison that Mr. Adams is at. And so Garlington, and Khalif Adams was indicted on this case. He's an indicted co-conspirator. And so you have Garlington speaking with him of basically how to facilitate helping someone transition to prison or get items that they need. And so the easy access between prison and someone on the outside, who's Garlington, and helping either friends of YSL gang members or associates, have a smooth transition to prison and be set up or squared away, the state believes furthers the conspiracy.
And who is it that they're gonna set up? Who's about to show up at the same prison?
Mr. John Quavius Hood is who the state believes that they're discussing.
So John Quavius Hood is someone that I'm not familiar with that name from this case. I have heard the name before, but not involving this case, not in this discovery. So again, and Khalif Adams can, claim that he's running things in prison. I would love to ask him some questions about that because that's a pretty easy claim to make. I don't anticipate that he's going to be testifying. So I won't be able to ask those questions, but I don't understand to the extent that we're going beyond the Miles Farley situation, what Demekion Garlington calling Mr. Adams, who's claiming to run the prison that he's at, to get a tablet for John Quavius Hood, has anything to do with any of this.
Okay, how are you establishing Hood being relevant to this?
So, Your Honor, it's twofold. For one, Mr. Hood's, again, this is from, listening with and talking through what is being said with the APD gang detectives. So with the investigators on this case in terms of what's being said, who are these individuals? And so Mr. Hood is affiliated with 30 Deep, which was what Demekion Garlington used to be. Before. And he's speaking with Khalif Adams, who again was an indicted co-conspirator on this case. And so not only is there some level of, in the case law, in terms of cohesiveness among, someone on the outside with one call speaking to a fellow co-conspirator on the same indictment in prison to help, whether you say that he's doing this for his friend, Mr. Hood, or an allied gang member, that conversation they're having.
All right, I think that's a bit of a stretch. I understand it, but given that this is not even an alleged YSL member, but some affiliated gang, I'm going to exclude that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's our next one?
The next one, Your Honor, is going to be, so PDF page 4082 falls some of into the same category in terms of there's two sections we wanted to play about discussing the mob and Nine Deuce jumping on Miles Farley. And then there's also a portion that discusses this song that Garlington had. And so let me get my notes and play that portion because it's different than the subject matter of jail. So I'm going to play, Your Honor, 149 to 250 on PDF page 4082.
This nigga got now. I really been like,
Fuck with that studio.
yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to. It's still like the same shit, bro. Like a nigga did hopping on songs and shit. I got a coach song by myself, but nigga, that man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta we gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the pain.
You know who? You know who?
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Lil Cole, my cousin, we just got that.
That been hard.
But that motherfucker too hard. Them folks, look, that dog got that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add Doc back that motherfucker. Damn, man.
So, Your Honor, this specific portion is not this exercise with the wiretap started with specifically exclusively co-conspirator statements, but this really is for a non-hearsay purpose. And there is multiple calls where Garlington is discussing this song he made where there's like two versions. One version, he's like directly referencing and probably dissing Shell Kel. And so he keeps saying, I got to take his name out of it. So this is one of those. The state wasn't going to play or not intend to play multiple of those calls. So this specific portion is for a non-hearsay purpose of the way that Garlington is cognizant of what is in a song that's publicly released and how that can impact law enforcement. Because the general theme, and I don't have on the top of my head the other calls where he mentions this. I have them in my notes, but not readily accessible. He says stuff along the lines of something happens to him. So he's like, we got to redo the song. We got to take his name out of it so that it's not as overt or clear in case something happens to him. And so that was the purpose of why the state wanted to introduce this. Whether he made the song or not make the song, I do not know. But the fact that he is discussing and aware of, don't say too much, like he wants to make it realistic, but not too realistic because he can get in trouble if something happens to that person.
Okay.
So is this call off the sheet that was sent? Because I'm seeing on the screen, it said 4062. On this, it says 4082. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
No, you're correct, Mr. Sharp. It's reference number 4046, PDF page 4082, and there's two time hacks. So the 1 minute and 49 seconds to 2 minutes and 50 seconds was this portion. There's another portion that references what happens in the Fulton County Jail. But I just played the portion that because I wanted to highlight it's not a co-conspirator statement. The state's not alleging. It's for a non-hearsay purpose.
Maybe it might be my eyes failing me. I thought when I just looked up at the screen, it said we were playing 40-62.
No, it says 48.
Okay, my eyes are failing me. Good to know. So I don't, again, having to change. We're not talking about Mr. Garlington saying, okay, I'm about to go harm, as I understand it, Mr. Watts, or hey, let's plan to go harm Mr. Watts. From my understanding of the call and explanation given by the state, it's I made a song and I need to take out references so if something happens to him, I don't get blamed for it. Not seeing the hearsay link, and certainly I understand that the state or the hearsay exception, but and I understand the state saying it's not hearsay, but Mr. Garlington saying I made a song with reference to Kelvin Watts. I don't know how that's not for the truth of the matter asserted. I mean, to make the point the state is trying to make, that lyrics need to be changed for it to make any sense to the jurors, they would have to accept the first part of that statement, which is I made a song with Kelvin Watts, references Kelvin Watts in it. They would have to accept that for the truth of the matter asserted for any of this to make any sense. So I believe it is hearsay, and it doesn't fall under any exceptions.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be objecting also, and maybe I'm wrong, but these conversations have to speak for themselves. It seems like the state would be violating 24-7-704B if they're relying on an investigator to come in and talk about the mens rea or the intent or the meaning of these words. I understand that an expert may be able to talk about a certain phrase or a code word, and that's under Blash, B-L-A-S-H versus State, 318 Georgia, 325. It's in Division 4, 898 Southeast 2D 522, 2024 case. But if what Mr. Atkins is saying is that the investigator, I'm assuming is Investigator Viverito, will be listening to a recording and then explaining to the juries the meaning, I have an objection to all of these. I know I have no standing because Mr. Williams is not on these wiretaps, so I've been relatively quiet, but I will be objecting that the investigator gives some overall closing argument for the prosecution to say this is what's going on. So I didn't want, and you're making rulings, and I wanted you to take that into consideration if you don't mind.
All right. Were you saying that one of the detectives or investigators is going to say, here's what all of this meant?
So Your Honor, this wiretap and on the state's witness list, this evidence of the wiretap is in Detective Viverito's folder. So
Right.
she is who is going to be, and we have the T3 custodian who is going to, the state intends to lay the foundation for admissibility.
Okay.
But these wiretaps will be introduced through or published when Investigator Viverito is on the stand.
Okay. But is she then going to interpret them?
So, Your Honor, could the state get back to the court in terms of I don't want to misspeak to the court about what, different members of the team prepare different witnesses. And so I don't want to, if you can give me a brief moment in terms of I don't know exactly what Investigator Viverito is going to be testifying to. What I was referencing is in terms of who, for example, she's a gang expert who can rely on hearsay in terms of, as any expert can.
Yeah.
Who is Bob Smith? Bob Smith is XYZ, right? I know he's a member of this group because I personally seen him or arrested him or whatever she says. And I know it's different depending on what she's talking about, but in
Right.
terms of, I would like more time to accurately brief the court on this issue that Mr. Steele just brought up. If that's all right with the court.
Okay, but you hadn't already said that. I mean, that's,
Said what part, Your Honor?
that your argument for this portion coming in didn't have anything to do with that, right?
Not for him change, no. And in terms of this specific clip, he doesn't use the word shell cow. So like this short 40-second term, I believe that's what he's referring to because of other wiretaps. But we've obviously reduced the amount of wiretaps we're introducing. And so this, I believe this one kind of speaks for itself in terms of.
I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yes, Your Honor.
is you're just going to have the jury listen to this, and then you might argue later what it meant or didn't mean, but there's not going to be a witness who gives their rendition of what it meant or didn't mean.
For specifically this taking the name out of the song,
Yes.
I don't believe she was, and that's why I don't want to misspeak because I don't,
Okay.
I will confirm, but the state's intent was, believes this specific portion of I need to take his name out of the song somewhat speaks for itself, but
All right. So then, Mr. Steele, I'm not sure I'm following your 704 objection.
I don't hear the word shell cow, so I assume that somebody, the state's going to have somebody, I assume it's the investigator, Viverito, say what they're talking about. And
Okay.
no witness can get into someone else's mental
Well, that's
state.
what I'm trying to get a handle on, is whether this is going to be some other witness who then says, here's what I think this meant, or whether the state's simply going to let the jury hear it and then later they're going to argue, here's the state's theory on this, because those are definitely two different things.
yes, Your Honor. And to be clear, I mean, what happens quite frequently, and APD gang detectives and investigator Viverito, who is listed as a gang expert, could discuss, is how what's said in songs, whether true or not true, impacts what happens in reality in terms of the cases, the shootings, someone dissing someone and what responds. So if that the jury can combine evidence in the trial to make a determination. I do not believe investigator Viverito on this. We play this portion and she says, I'll tell you 100% Garlington's talking about shell cow and the song was titled XYZ and there was two versions. That's not what I understand she will be speaking about. I had to, on this specific point, and it might be because Mr. Garlington, was arrested at some point. That's, I don't know exactly what song he's talking about. It's just the fact that he's cognizant of and careful of what he puts in songs.
Okay.
So on that specific part, I wanted to make that part clear, Your Honor. So, and in terms of,
So we have this case where the district attorney gets in front of the press and says, Mr. Williams shouldn't have been putting these things in songs.
Okay, well,
And then-
what the district attorney said in front of the press is not
Well-
come into this trial.
Well,
has it?
they're trying to use lyrics, but then when someone says, well, I should take lyrics out of a song in case something happens, then all of a sudden it's scandalous. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, how could Mr. Garlington, if it was relevant to anything, how could him saying, maybe I'll not put this song out here in case, not saying, oh, because we're about to do something to this man, in case something happens to this man, which it's not named, and so I don't want to take that away from Mr. Steele's argument. It is not named who that person is. Somehow that's indicative of guilt too. It's like,
Your Honor, are we allowed to, the court's question specifically regarding the 704 issue? I didn't understand Mr. Shart's response just now to speak directly to it. And I just want to make sure that we're addressing exactly what the court asked us to address just a moment ago. could the court tell us in the context of what Mr. Sharp just said?
I don't think Mr. Sharp was addressing the 704. I think he was addressing what his earlier objection was, which
Okay,
is
okay.
sort of, well, y'all heard it. I'm not going to rephrase it. Well, okay. And then I guess one thing that Mr. Sharp did say is, how is this really a non-hearsay purpose? Don't you have to sort of accept a part of it as for the truth?
So, Your Honor, the state, my understanding of this portion in terms of whether it's Garlington discussing removing words in a song. I'm not, he says it like definitively, I had to redo it and take his name out of it. So in my mind, the truth of the matter server would be like, Demekion Garlington changed the name and made a new version, but it's the way that he is cognizant of what he's saying and how it could implicate him. And part of, from the state's position and kind of what Mr. Shar was alluding to is, you want to get close to the line, but not, you don't want to say like, I went to 300 Main Street on May 4th at 2:42 p.m. in a red Corvette and I shot Bob Smith in the head. That's too obvious. You could get, if you actually did that. So you may say, you may allude to it, but you don't want to be so obvious with it that law enforcement says, well, yeah, we have you on camera in that exact same car at that exact same time. So it's a little bit of a gamesmanship in terms of publicly discredit someone else so that they know what you're talking about, but there's some plausible deniability if something happens to them where it's just a reference or a allusion to it. So yes, Your Honor, you may.
I really been like,
Fuck with that studio.
yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to. It's still like the same shit, bro. Like a nigga just hopping on songs and shit. But I got a cover song by myself, but nigga, man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta we gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the name.
Yo.
Like what?
You said who else on it with you?
Lil' Cole, my cousin just got that.
That been hard.
That motherfucker too hard. Them folks, add dog back that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add Doc back that motherfucker. Damn, man. I'm ready to get on this. I got so much shit.
You do?
Is that it? That's the whole thing? All right, I'm gonna admit that.
And so, Your Honor, the next call is reference number 4635, PDF page 4672. And this is Garlington speaking with Mr. Copeland.
Hello, hello. Yeah, nigga, I could hardly hear you. What you?
It's fine. I mean, I was just going to ask, is the summary of it, that's essentially what it says,
Yes, Your Honor.
and the purpose of it would be
So.
consciousness of guilt, what?
So it's a number of things. One, Mr. Copeland is telling Garlington, you better be careful on social media, because I just talked to, I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge, said there's a 43-man RICO indictment. This jail call, or not jail call, this wiretap call is April 23rd, 2022. So the indictment was May of 2022. And there's another call we haven't gotten to yet on Antonio Sumlins, where he's basically saying this, why Copeland is in jail, prison, gang task force, there's some issues in jail, and they're coming at him. And so someone says, I also talked to Copeland, and he says, basically, this YSL stuff is hot, and we better fall back. It's actually another male calling someone, referencing the conversation with Copeland. And so, to me, it's the co-conspirator statement in furtherance of the conspiracy against Copeland and Garlington, by warning him that, hey, they don't know if it's true or not.
Right.
It's the timing and what they're discussing is pretty close to when this indictment came out. It wasn't 43, but it was 28. But nonetheless, it's him warning him, hey, be careful. That's what Sledge just told him.
Okay. Any objection to this evidentially?
Your Honor, relevance, again, we're talking about two individuals that are not sitting here at trial, and I don't believe that they purport to be speaking on behalf of anyone here at trial, and any motivation they would have would be self-preservation. So I believe it's hearsay, but leave it with the court.
Okay, well, it is hearsay, but I think this comes in under the co-conspirator exception, admitted.
Your Honor, we only have one more from Mr. Garlington's wiretap, which is reference number 4959, PDF page 5000. And we believe this, Mr. Garlington is speaking with the same Mr. Wright we had discussed earlier. And we're going to start at 28 seconds and play to 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Okay, well, is it accurately summarized? Is that the gist of what I need to know?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the call I had referenced earlier when we were discussing drug sales.
Okay, is there an objection?
Yes. This is exactly what I was talking about. Garlington is selling drugs on his own to fill his own pockets and has nothing to do with my client. Garlington claims that my client, who at the time of this call is in jail, mind you, so it's nothing that's happening as they're speaking.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it seems to me that we've got plenty of evidence here that lots of people in jail have access to phones and social media and what have you. So
Point
that
well
may or
taken.
may not.
Point
Okay.
well taken. All right, so, but he is just basically almost jealously or saying, boy, I wish I could sell drugs on the internet as well as Shannon used to, or as far as I've seen
At
Shannon
some
do.
unknown time period.
Yeah,
they
right.
have.
And
Okay.
so, you know, I'm not acknowledging that Shannon was selling drugs in 2022 on the internet, but even if he was, that has nothing to do with what Garlington has going. This is actually proof that Garlington and Shannon aren't some unified drug dealing organization. And so Garlington's just saying, yeah, I don't know how Shannon does it, and I wish I could do it, and this is what I would do. I mean, it's hearsay. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's bad character evidence, and it's irrelevant.
Your Honor, kind of falls into also the category of a declaration against interest in terms of their discussing amongst each other their drug sales, how to sell more Percocets. And he's like, you should try putting it on Instagram. And so in terms of getting through a hearsay objection, the state feels the most applicable exception to what they're talking about, which is selling Percocet pills, is there's some indicia of reliability because they're making statements that, if it was that Mr. Wright and Mr. Garlington is against their interest to be discussing. And so in terms of if they're being, so that's the state's primary argument is, discussing how to better sell narcotics and talking about their own narcotics and essentially dealing and how to boost sales, basically.
The thing
Well,
about
I suspect that Mr. Sharp's problem with it is not the two of them discussing it. It's the mention of Mr. Stillwell and his alleged methods for selling illicit drugs.
correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so
The state, so his objection is it bad character or?
I mean, it's
Well, the declaration, we litigated this on a different matter, but the state tried to argue declaration against penal interest. The thing about declaration against penal interest is you're allowed to declare things against your own penal interest. What you're not allowed to do is declare things against other people's penal interest.
well, that
and-
doesn't get it in.
Right. And so that's my issue.
So it's essentially, yeah, just the kind of gratuitous mention of what Mr. Stillwell might be doing. Like, where's the foundation for
So, Your Honor.
why, or not the foundation, but the exception that lets that part in
In terms of it being bad character?
and hearsay?
So the state feels that Garlington making that statement, I guess, and I could be wrong, my mind, him discussing how Mr. Shard's client is successfully selling Percocets on Instagram and how Mr. Wright needs to try that strategy is wrapped up in my mind in the same, he's making that statement about their own drug dealing. And so I view it, and the court may view it differently, but I view it in that bucket of a statement against interest. It's part and parcel of that.
Let me listen to it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, this man got out from the phone right there. They had run a service. Somebody, they probably be back already.
He probably, I thought he said he was on Boulevard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to put them? You don't want to put them perks on you paid, bro?
But whatever.
Perks I got.
You want to post? I post. I don't give a damn.
Nah, I know,
I don't never, my shit never sell for Instagram, bro.
For real.
Bro, I always post personal shit. My shit never sell for Instagram. That's why I don't read them doing that type of shit.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, my shit never sell for Instagram. I was like, what the
Nah, I
fuck?
seen that nigga. I seen that nigga if he doing that shit, bro. That's what he can hit.
Yeah, nah, he was doing that shit. Some folks will be, they'll be hitting when the motherfuckers gone and shit. Like,
Yeah.
man, the motherfuckers gone.
Yeah. I said,
You just get the billionaire hoes and get the riding by where you be at and shit, you for the motherfucker.
Yeah.
I supposed to know. Somebody might bite. Goddamn.
Damn, man, I don't pick.
Your Honor, upon further consideration, the state cannot play this.
Okay.
I'm thinking through what Mr. Shart said and my thoughts, and so.
All right. Okay, so that's the end of the Garlington wiretap, I believe. And who's the second wiretap?
Your Honor, it's Antonio Sumlin. He's in a little different category because he's someone the state intends on calling at trial.
Okay,
So, I mean,
so do we need to address this right now, or?
I don't believe we do, Your Honor, because a lot of his call, I mean, there is some that I believe are co-conspirator statements, but he's also a testifying witness. So some of these are going to be more an impeachment.
Okay. All right.
Up to the court, Your Honor.
Well, I mean, obviously, a lot of these say entire call, and I don't know exactly the length or substance of what an entire call is, but it seems like if it's to impeach, then depends what he's saying, and maybe I do need to know beforehand what's on there to know whether it's actually impeachment or not.
Yes, Your Honor. And I guess I should be clear, so the state believes that these 9 that we included is they are co-conspirator statements. I just wanted to highlight that unlike Mr. Garlington, we are expecting him to be called.
Okay.
So we have 9 highlighted, so we can turn to Mr. Sumlins if the court wants, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me cross out the ones that y'all aren't intended to use for any purpose anymore. Okay, and okay, so of the 9 that the state might end up using, so let me ask the state. So you expect to question Mr. Sumlin and have him essentially testify as to the substance or whatever it is that you wanted, you just expect to get it in through his testimony, and only if he doesn't testify as expected would you then turn to these, or what?
We would be asking him about what is in those calls.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful to litigate them, but then it would just be impeachment. I don't know whether there are any particular objections to the subject of these calls. So it
Okay,
can't
so
hurt to.
I guess maybe we'll find that out first. So these 9 calls that might potentially get offered. Is there going to be objection to any of these? To the substance within them, or?
So as I understand what we're saying is it's kind of like the Quindarius Zachary prior statements where the state's not going to seek to admit these, but just as impeachment, and we just want to know if the subject matters are off, should be off limits in our view. Is that?
So I think, so if, I guess if they end up being offered, is there going to be some, assuming they would be properly offered for impeachment, is there some other objection?
And Your Honor, I'll also say, just to make it clean, we should probably proceed as if we're going to offer them, because even if the witness is testifying, they are still admissible co-conspirator statements. So rather than mix those two together,
Okay.
we'll treat them like we're just going to offer these 9.
Okay. All right. Let's take a quick restroom break, and then we'll come back. Let's take 10 minutes, come back at 3 and tackle these. Bless you.
Three.
Bless you. I'm sorry, it's so cold in here. I'm trying to get it adjusted, but
Mine does run, Your Honor, and then it needs to sneeze us.
I think they just got sick of the message that they needed to turn it down more, and they got really extreme with it. For everybody, no, Mr. Williams. Okay, well, while we're waiting for Mr. Williams, there she is. Can y'all approach for a minute? And actually, stateside, while they're doing their tasks, if y'all have had I don't know if y'all have had a chance to look yet about what Ms. Merchant sent, but sounds like,
It was long, so I had that.
okay, y'all can take a look at that now. Sounds like she just wants the couple of things she asked before, which is that amount of notice and to honor her leaves. So I don't know if y'all have got an idea when you want that witness, but y'all can be looking at that maybe at the same time. Oh, wow. I'm looking at what you just sent. I did. Available on Friday. Do we know the answer to the other question asked?
I assume it's going to be the same answer for everyone ultimately if one person wants to be there. And so I think the group answer is that the clients are going to be present
Okay.
or would like to be present.
Okay, so then it will need to. We can do that tomorrow and it'll need to take place in the courtroom, but I mean, this is not really a part of the trial. So it's just a gigantic in chambers conference with everybody here, but not actually in chambers because we don't have the capacity to meet in chambers with this number of people. So, okay. All right, so that'll be our plan for tomorrow. It will be recorded, but it will not be a part of these trial proceedings exactly. It's just a meeting. Okay. All right, so that is settled then. So that's what we'll plan to do in the morning. And then frankly, if we get finished with that, I don't know if y'all have gotten together yet on where everybody is with regard to what you think has come in as evidence and what hasn't. But that would be another thing that's not really, it's more organizational, but that needs to get done that y'all could also do tomorrow. Okay, and then I would imagine, be back for trial proceedings, non-jury, on Friday. I don't think we're going to get through everything today, but okay. All right, well, let's at least keep plugging along. So on these Sumlin 9 wiretap portions, is there a defense objection to any of them? And if so, which? Don't everybody speak at once? Maybe that means there's no objection. Or there would be no objection. Hmm.
Yes, Your Honor. I have some objections. I'm going on the assumption that I guess when I'm voicing my objections, and correct me if I'm wrong or you'd like me to do it differently, Your Honor. I'm going on the assumption that Mr. Sumlin is testifying, and a foundation for hearsay is laid. Is that,
So, I mean, I guess the last thing Ms. Love said before the break makes me sort of wonder whether she intends to
The state.
present these as something other than in the event they're offered for impeachment.
Yes, Your Honor has it right. The state at this point, we do tend to offer it to use it as hearsay. So to tender the actual cause, we believe that there's,
Okay, then how would they be, if they're not prior inconsistent statements? Sorry. If he testifies and he doesn't testify along the lines of whatever is said in these calls, then you would offer it as a prior inconsistent statement. Is that correct?
It would be, but that's just one that's one way we believe it's admissible. We also believe that it's co-conspirator hearsay, which would be admissible even were he not testifying. So
But if he is testifying, then how are they both admissible? If it's not a prior inconsistent statement.
So when you,
How are you getting it in through him?
so no, we would not be putting it in through him. The reason I said to treat it as if we were not going to use it just for impeachment purposes is because they are actual calls that are admissible irrespective of whether or not he testifies. So
You're losing me there. How? It's a prior statement of a witness who's testifying at trial. It would seem like it would have to either be a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement when there's been some suggestion of fabrication.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is that he does not, let me actually pull up the support for my position before I speak.
Okay.
So that I'm speaking clearly. So the court's question was, if he's testifying, how is it admissible if it's not a prior inconsistent statement? Is what I understood the court's question to be.
Or a prior consistent statement if the prerequisites for that are met.
So hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So regardless of whether someone testifies or not, hearsay it's still hearsay. And if we were to use these statements, there has to be some exception that allows it in. One of them would be if it were not actually hearsay, but were simply a prior inconsistent statement. Well, one way to get it in would be if it were a prior inconsistent statement.
Correct. Yeah. I don't think anybody questions that if it ends up being offered as a prior inconsistent statement, then that would be a way it could come in.
Right. The other way is irrespective of whether it contradicted his trial testimony, it's a hearsay. It's still an out-of-court statement the state offers for the truth of the matter asserted.
Right.
Therefore, it is still hearsay under those circumstances.
Mhm.
Therefore, it would have to be subject to a hearsay exception to be allowed in.
Right.
So therefore, it would also be admissible, permissible evidence as as an exception, a statement by a co-conspirator of a party during the course and in furtherance of the conspiracy, 801 D2E, i.e. 801 D2E. So it's admissible multiple ways, as evidence many times is, irrespective of the availability of the death warrant.
All right, well, I'll sort that out later. What are the objections? Are there objections to the 492, page 493?
Yes, John. Reference 492. Relevance, hearsay. 1057. I don't, relevance. 1059, definitely relevance. Essentially hearsay. Uh, 1384, relevance, 403, especially what Mr. Dorsey says. Also, hearsay, because again, this is Mr. Dorsey speaking as well as Mr. Sumlin. 2442, hearsay. I believe that that's being utilized to assert the truth, well, for the truth of the matter asserted to link people to the quote-unquote web. Two 712, hearsay. About what Mr. Copeland told him. Two 2805, hearsay, especially as to what Mr. Dorsey says. Assuming someone testifies still that these are statements by Dorsey on this call. And 2980, relevance.
Okay. Okay. Does the state want to address those?
Yes, Your Honor. And the first two, 493 and 1064, so the first one, Your Honor, that is really one of an impeachment category in terms of Mr. Sumlin at the beginning of this wiretap gets a bunch of text messages in a relatively short span of time from an unknown number, and he gets progressively angrier. And these messages are, and I was trying to pull them up, they're not on this wiretap, but some of them reference his friends who were murdered. And so he starts escalating what this number calls. So when he says, call me from a text app, you're not saying nothing. He's kind of mumbling to the phone of this person who was calling him or texting him. And he says, I'm ready, drop the dot, as in drop, send your location. I'm on Cleveland, or I'm at the Chevron on Cleveland, pull up. I swear to God, I'm gonna go out with a bang. That the state is not intending to offer that as a co-conspirator statement. On some level it is, and I was trying to pull up the text messages that are tethered to this, Your Honor, so that the court could get some clarity on what leads up to this. It's primarily for the way that these text messages give reference of kind of like where he is, and it's somewhat territorial of the locations. So I'll pull up these text messages that are in the wiretap that the court hasn't seen.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out what the scenario, they're saying not for a co-conspirator. So like, is a scenario where this would be admissible, like if they ask Mr. Sumlin on the stand, have you ever been to Cleveland Avenue? And he says no, is that?
Your Honor, what is, our position is that number one and two, our position is that number 1 and 2, we will use those of the ones that we've identified, we will use those to impeach if necessary. So when he says call from a text app, I'm not saying anything. That's a call that is better put upon this witness to have him talk to the jury about why it is that he is asking that someone call him from a text app. One of the ways that they conceal their illegal activity is using other applications besides traditional cellular service. So that one, and number 2, the second one, which was page 493 and page 1064 and reference number 492 and reference number 1057. Those 2 are better as impeachment if necessary. So all Mr. Atkins is saying is that rather than offering those 2, we will ask questions of the witness. And to answer Mr. Sharp's question about what it is the state would be asking, when you use a text app, why is it that you would prefer a text app? Why would you have someone, if you're talking to somebody on a telephone, why would you do that? Or if there's an objection to relevance, why did you do that? Did you do that on a particular day? And why did you do it? To explain what it is that text apps do that cellular service doesn't. In other words, it doesn't allow you to monitor it in the same way that cellular service. So the content of those 2 calls are, we believe, good and fine impeachment information.
Okay, and so that might be less than the entirety of
Right.
those 2 calls.
Right. So the information we would get out is what I just said. Of course, we would be asking him about what dropping a dot means. He refers being at the Chevron on Cleveland. In his factual acknowledgments, he talks about that location. And so the entirety of the call would not be, we wouldn't need to play the entirety of the call under these circumstances. It would be, these are questions we'd ask the witness.
Okay. Okay, so that would just
Take us down to the
need to be dealt with at the time, I guess. But I guess if he doesn't say those things, then that is available
Right, yeah, that,
for impeachment and potentially substantive evidence. Okay. All right.
and then,
And then this 1059, 1066. Who's Yayo? Or,
So, Your Honor, the state believes that Yayo is
Yayo.
YSL member Eric Moore.
Okay.
And on this call, Mr. Sumlin is speaking with Christian Eppinger
Mhm.
on a contraband phone, obviously an indicted co-conspirator. And the state would, playing this call for the court is helpful for argument, and the state feels it's important to play this call.
Okay.
Hello? Hello? Yo, what's up, baby? Hey, bro. Hey, what, you with that nigga Yayo? I ain't got. Nah, I ain't with baby. You got blue? Alright. Nah, I said Yayo. Nah, I don't know where Yayo is. I ain't with no fucking Yayo. I was with him yesterday. Yeah, tell Yayo I'll do something to him. I can't wait to tell him. Yeah, tell him I'm gonna do something to him. What? I ain't even gonna, huh? What the hell that nigga did? No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit with Lionheart. No, I ain't even talking about that, but that too. He telling on you? No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, you know, I said, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You just with him, right? Yeah, I was just with him. I don't know. Oh, you took. No. Huh? What you talking about? I don't know what you talking about, baby. Man, they just told me I just took the little folk shit, man. Oh, the little light skin? Yeah. Did somebody know, man? That thing yesterday. What'd you say, Bree? No, they're my folks. I ain't, man, listen here, bro. I ain't nigga locked up, bro. So nigga feel like nigga try any type way, bro. But I ain't going for that, bro. I ain't going for that, bro. If I have to become an out, that's what I do. Nigga ain't gonna be trying my folks, bro. That shit over with. I'm saying, Bree. Nigga already ain't fuck with me. Nigga not fuck with nigga want nigga any motherfucker. Nigga ain't sent nigga a dollar. Nigga ain't gonna be taking shit to my folks. They be sending me something, bro. I took something from him too. So what you saying? You said what? I said I took something from the nigga too. So what you saying? You ain't doing what I just said. You said yeah, yo. So I said I know you. I just said you know what I'm talking about. That's why I called your phone. You said what? That's why I called your phone. I know you. Yeah, that's why I just asked you to do it. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, yo. Yeah, no. Man, you the same. That shit ain't smooth, bro. Are you the same one that did that money too, bro? You said what? You the same one. You the same one. Bro, I ain't trying to talk over the phone, bro. No, I ain't talking about money. I'm not talking about money. So what you saying? So what you saying? You want me to give him that back? Whatever. They don't deserve to have shit. And what I'm saying, bro, listen, I'm not talking about money. Fuck money. Yeah, but see, try to get the collection on Yayo. And I did it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, but
Then he riding around talking about he looking for me. Man, on my side, bro.
listen, bro. Who you think got the man like that, Obama, bro? So I'm telling you, bro, I just talked to him, bro, he like, bro, you folks, I got, man, bro. I'm like, well, what you talking about? He just told me, I'm like, man, hell no. But yeah, yo, bro, bitch ass nigga, but all the reason why nigga Yayo still out there, bro, because he don't know what's up with that nigga ass, bro. Bitch ass nigga, you can be out here just doing shit like you just with the game, fuck nigga, you chilling.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
Nigga, tell on you.
Hey, when you talk to him, tell that nigga call my phone. We can meet up. I can order to handle the business.
Huh?
I know that's your folks and all, but bro, man, I know that's your folks and all, bro. But all that riding around talking about you looking for me, nigga, I'm at the Chevron. Oh, wait, whatever you with.
Hey, Obama. So you telling me if a nigga do that to you, you ain't gonna be rich for him?
You said what?
So if a nigga do something to you, you not gonna go look for him?
I'm gonna be hell yeah, I'm gonna look for him, but I'm.
Well, listen though. I just told him. I don't give a fuck what you do to Yayo. Obama, that family, he like, bro, shit, that's fucked up. But nah, man.
I feel where you coming from, bro. I ain't know you fuck with that little nigga like that, but I ain't getting shit back, bro.
That shit crazy, bro. This same nigga that send me money while I'm in this motherfucker. Ain't nobody send niggas nothing. They gonna take man, they crazy.
Yeah, I just got out.
I ain't talking about you, Obama. I ain't talking about you. I know you just got out. I just found out you was out today. I ain't know you. I thought you still locked up.
Hell no.
Man, yeah, man.
Man, just tell, when you talk to Shawty, just tell Shawty to hit my phone, man.
Okay, is that the entirety of it? Okay. And so that objection on the floor is relevance. Is that the only objection you made on that one?
Yes, that is in 403. To be honest, you know, and I've listened to all these calls, but I'm having a tough time tracking. You know, I'm saying relevance, but in all candor to the court, I don't even know what they're talking about. So I guess that's a good start for relevance, but if the state could explain the relevance, maybe I'd be able to respond.
Your Honor, I need to play PDF page 1052 for the beginning. It will give context to why Christian Eppinger is discussing Yayo the way that he is. And it's a call that is, so on this other call, this is my notes, one that we have not played. It's stating, you know that boy Yayo. Why you say that? Quay called him from the jail and they said something about he locked up for murder because Yayo told on him. Everyone in the neighborhood's telling me that. And the guy's like, I didn't know that, man. I swear to God. I don't believe him because Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, told him that they just got off the phone with Quay. I don't know how true it was. Bree, the one starting all that rumor. And then he says, I don't know. I talked to him myself. I just seen him in Unfunk myself late last night. So I believe that Christian Eppinger is talking to Antonio someone about that because of this rumor that Yayo was snitching. I don't have any evidence that Yayo was actually snitching, but the initial reason why I had initially included, we whittled some of these down. And so you kind of need, and it's very brief, but this call doesn't make it really any sense without the context of this conversation on PDF page 1052, which is April 7th at 11:14 a.m. This call is April 7th at 1:53 p.m. So they're a couple hours apart. So what I may do, because I think it's dispositive of, or not dispositive, but very relevant to the court's, necessary for the court's ruling, to play 1052. I'm going to start at the beginning because my notes have this coming up quite quickly in that call.
Rose, what's up, brother?
Who you with?
I called my girl on the way. Where you at?
Man, I'm in the car, but tell them why. You know, you went up there when Yayo was mad tonight, B, when he said he snitched and shit.
Nah, I don't know that.
Yeah, he was like, man, we been saying I snitched. Don't wait, and this, that, and third. But I tell why Tay came there and said the same thing. You know, Tay, who you are, he came to AJ last night. He was like, man, y'all know that boy Yayo. I said, why you say that? He said, man, Quay called me from jail and said they blocked him. Like, they said something about he locked up for murder because Yayo told on him.
Yeah, you know, everybody in the neighborhood told me that. Maybe I told everybody been telling me that.
I ain't know that, man.
You ain't know that for real?
I don't like.
Swear to God, bro. Yeah, everybody telling me that. I don't believe it though. Cause they told her, they just had them dig out of the phone with Quay. I don't know how true it is, but they kept saying Bree the one who's starting all that rumor.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm talking to him myself.
Yeah.
I just seen him on late last night. I'm talking to him.
Where you at? They pulled up to the store last night?
Nah, we was at Wing and Seafood. And Uncle tonight, he finna go back to LA.
So
he finna.
So, Your Honor, that was the portion that portion we just played is at 7:14 a.m. on April 7th, and the one we just discussed was at 1:53 p.m. In the States, I believe if the court deems 1066 admissible, you need to have that brief portion from 1052 to have context to why both Antonio Sumlin and Christian Eppinger on a contraband jail phone both indicted YSL co-conspirators and the RICO on this case are, and Eppinger's discussing that way. I mean, discussing Yayo about that in those terms. And it furthers the conspiracy by keeping abreast of, obviously, if he actually was snitching, they would want to know that. And two, it's how they're discussing this. And it reinforces the solidarity between each other, specifically Eppinger and Sumlin. And of course, snitching, or if someone, that term has came up and will come up a multitude of times in this trial in a number of different ways.
Your Honor, may I ask a question of the state? Who do you believe to be, like, we're kind of going back to that first call now. Who do you believe to be Quay?
Okay, but y'all aren't intending to introduce the first call, right?
Well, with this whittled down list, we did not. I quite frankly believe that may have been an error because the context of Eppinger speaking with Sumlin about Yayo makes no sense if you don't hear this conversation about the rumor that he is.
So we need to add that back in.
Yes, Your Honor. It's the first minute of this PDF page 1052 call, or 1 minute and 50 seconds because it's still on display on the screen.
Right.
So does it matter who they believe Quay is?
It does to me, Your Honor, and this is what, first of all, we have two Quays here,
Yeah.
but my stance and my belief is that that initial call and the context I have is Bree is the source of this information. I believe I know who Bree is that this Quay being discussed in the first call is neither of these two individuals and is a separate Quay that is not even alleged, I've never seen alleged to be associated with YSL. So if that's the first call that gives the context, then the second call, Mr. Eppinger is ranting to Mr. Sumlin, who seems to be thoroughly confused by the whole situation, about someone named Yeo, who's not mentioned in our discovery at all, other than this wiretap. So he's obviously a very tangential part of whatever we're calling this. Yeo supposedly snitching on Quay. Now, I do believe that a relevance determination depends on what he's supposedly snitching on and who the Quay is. And I get, general, or not generally, but sometimes we say, well, that's a jury question. The state, in my mind, before putting up these statements, need to know what these people are talking about before putting in front of the jury as just a baseline question. And I don't believe, unless the state can prove to me or show me that I'm wrong, I don't believe that the Quay that's even being discussed in either of these calls is anyone associated with this case or anyone sitting in this court.
Your Honor, I do not know specifically. So I don't know specifically which Quay they're talking about. I know that I don't have any information from Atlanta Police Department of the person they believe is Yeo providing a statement to them. So I don't know exactly what they're saying he snitched on in terms of if they're talking about one of the Quays in this trial or another Quay. I do not, to answer Mr. Shart's question, or the courts, if the court's inclined, I do not know if they're referring to the murder of Shamel Drinks or some other act. I don't know. So I want to make that clear. The state's intent with this call was to enforce how they discuss, the snitching tenet in YSL. If someone's snitching, they want to find out about it. And, Eppinger clearly wants to exact violence on this person if he believes he's snitching. I'm trying to think through in my mind, quite frankly, with, if this nickname instead of Quay was Bob, it would not create any confusion. The state's position would still be, it's how they're discussing this rumor of snitching. I understand, considering prior objections, that defense counsel like Mr. Matthews or Mr. Nichols' counsel would want to make it clear that.
Is there a way to do it without the name Quay coming in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, that would solve that one.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, I would think that it is highly relevant how these alleged YSL members, some of them, I think, maybe established YSL members, are discussing the idea, if true, of one of their own snitching.
So, Judge, I hear the court. I would ask the court under 403 to require, if it's going to come in, obviously I'm not consenting for this to come in, but if the court believes that it comes in for that purpose, that under 403, that it be redacted, the name Quay, for confusion, misleading the jury under 403.
That is granted.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I understand, as I understand your ruling, it's not the specifics. It's Mr. Eppinger and Mr. Sumlin basically discussing the concept of snitching.
Yeah.
But my other problem is my understanding of that phone call.
Mm-hmm.
I don't view necessarily these two calls linked as Mr. Atkins does. It seems to me that Mr. Eppinger is upset about a robbery and returning property. That's kind of as I understood the second call, not a comment about quote unquote snitching.
There certainly seems to be a part of that that's what it seems to be covering, right?
That was the state's understanding, Your Honor. I mean, I never can perfectly know exactly what someone stated in these circumstances, but the state believed these two were connected because of how quick they're the same day and a couple hours apart. So I don't, other than what I proffered to the court, I don't have any other additional information about.
Oh, yeah,
the
no,
robbery.
but like another part, other than talking about and seemingly being mad at the idea that Yayo might be snitching,
No.
there's also this discussion, isn't there, of somebody
Your Honor,
potentially
Stop this one
taking
before
somebody's
that.
stuff and.
Your Honor, I believe with the 1066, we only played until 150. And so I think that comes after that.
what I understood is Eppinger ranting, Sumlin saying, what do you what are you so upset about? Are you upset about this rumor of snitching? And then Eppinger, that's not what I'm upset about. I'm upset about this robbery. So I don't even, I could be wrong, but I didn't even on the call hear necessarily Eppinger speaking bad about the concept of snitching. I think he was upset about something completely different, and Sumlin was confused. And then,
Well, we might need to listen to it again. Okay. Because if that's the case, then maybe it's not relevant if it doesn't have to do with him being mad at that.
Hello? Hello? Yo, what's up, baby? Hey, bro. Hey, what, you with that nigga Yayo? I ain't with baby. You got blue? All right. Nah, I said Yayo. Nah, I don't know where Yayo is. I ain't with no fucking Yayo. I was with him yesterday. Yeah, tell Yayo I'll do something to him. I can't wait to tell him. Yeah, tell him I'm gonna do something to him. Quit that, what? I ain't even gonna, huh? What the hell that nigga did? No, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That shit with Lionheart. No, I ain't even talking about that, but that too. He telling on you? No, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about, I said, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You was just with him, right? Yeah, I was just with him. I don't know. Oh, you took? No. Huh? What you talking about? I don't know what you talking about, baby. Man, they just told me I just took the little folk shit, man. Oh, the little light skin? Yeah. Did it. Somebody don't rant. That thing yesterday. What'd you say, Bree? Nah, they're my folks. Man, listen here, bro. I ain't nigga locked up, bro. So nigga feel like nigga try me any type way, bro. But I ain't going for that, bro. I ain't going for that, bro. If I have to become an out, that's what I do. Nigga ain't gonna be trying my folks, bro. That shit over with. I'm saying, Bree. Nigga already ain't fucking with me. Nigga not fucking with nigga, watch nigga ain't motherfucker. Nigga ain't sent nigga a dollar. Nigga ain't gonna be taking shit from my folks. They be sending me something, bro. I just got that, bro. I took something from him too. So what you saying? You said what? I said I took something from the nigga too. So what you saying?
You ain't hear what I just said?
You said yayo.
So I said, I know you. I just said, you know what I'm talking about? That's why I called your phone.
You said what?
That's why I called your phone, because I knew you. I know you with him. That's why I just asked you to do it.
Y'all with yayo.
Yeah, nah, hell no.
Man, you the same.
That shit ain't smooth, bro.
Bro, you the same one did that the money too, bro.
You said what?
You the same one. You the same one. Bro, I ain't trying to talk over the phone, bro.
No, I ain't putting out money. I'm not putting out money.
So what you saying? So what you saying? You want me to give him that back?
Whatever. They don't deserve to have shit. And what I'm saying, bro, listen, I'm not talking about money. Fuck money.
Yeah, but see, try to get the collection on yayo. And I did it. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Yeah, man, but
then he riding around talking about he looking for me. Crip, man, on my side, bro.
Listen, bro. Who you think got the man like that, Obama, bro? So I'm telling you, bro, I just talked to him, bro. He like, bro, you folks ain't got no bro. I'm like, well, what you talking about? He just told me, I'm like, man, hell no. But yo, bro, bitch ass nigga, bro, all these white niggas, yo, still out there, bro, because you don't know what's up with that nigga ass, bro. Bitch ass nigga, you ain't finna be out here just doing shit like you just with the game. Fuck nigga, you chilling.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Hey,
nigga, tell on you.
Hey, when you talk to him, tell that nigga call my phone. We can meet up. I want to handle the business.
Huh?
I know that's your folks and all, but bro, I know that's your folks and all, bro. But all that riding around talking about you looking for me, nigga, I'm at the Chevron. Oh wait, whatever you with.
Hey, Obama. So you telling me if a nigga do that, you ain't gonna be looking for him?
You said what?
So if a nigga do something, you not gonna go look for him?
I'm gonna be I'm gonna look for him, but
But listen though, I just told him, I don't give a fuck what you do, yo. Obama, that family, he like, bro, he like, shit, that's fucked up. But nah, man.
I feel where you coming from, bro. I ain't know you fuck with that little nigga like that, but I ain't getting shit back, bro.
That shit crazy, bro. This same nigga that sent me, he not the one I'm anymore. I ain't nobody send niggas nothing. They gonna take some, man, they crazy.
Yeah, I just got out.
I ain't talking about you, Obama. I ain't talking about you. I know you just got out. I just found out you was out today. I didn't know you. I thought you still locked up.
Hell no.
Man, man.
Man, just tell, when you talk to Shawty, just tell Shawty to hit my phone, man.
All right.
So, Your Honor, after listening, I never thought he was talking about a robbery, but when Mr. Shart said that and re-listened it now, I thought it was tethered to the call earlier because I listened to these back to back to back, but I can miss stuff. And so I agree with Mr. Shart that it does sound like he's more tethered to someone robbing from a friend or family while Mr. Eppinger is locked up. What I will say in relation to this call, which may never have to come up, is if we asked Antonio Sumlin about speaking with Christian Eppinger while, from either a contraband phone or if he said, I don't know who he is, I have no idea, I've never talked to him, that kind of thing may play a portion of this, but will not play. I thought they were tethered together initially.
All right, so then not being offered on the concepts that we were originally discussing. And I guess that then means that other one's not going to be offered either.
So, Your Honor, for 1052, the state cannot play. I mean, on the one hand, the way that they're discussing this, the reason I hesitate, like in terms of the way that they're discussing the rumors of this person snitching on someone else, but given,
Well, right,
Well,
because they're saying, well, I mean, that too, but it's not really that we're calling about.
correct,
so-
Your Honor. So at this point, the state does not intend to play
Okay.
1052.
All right. So we all on the same page on this one? Okay. Okay, then the next one is 1380, reference 1384, page 1394. Dorsey, who is at this point an unindicted co-conspirator, right?
We dismissed against Mr. Dorsey.
Right.
Right, so he's, right.
But you would, are you still maintaining he's
He's definitely a
co-conspirator?
yes.
Okay, all right. And someone on a call, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And this particular portions of this call, so yes, they are Mr. Dorsey, given that we've dismissed his charges after his recent trial, portions of this call are captured in the indictment as, I think, count 56, and it's also alleged as an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy itself, count 1. So both Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin are co-conspirators with the defense on trial as to count 1. And this particular call furthers the conspiracy. I think it would be best for the court to hear the call before we make the argument. And if that's okay with the court, and to hear the specific objections before I just start narrating about our position, if that's okay with the court.
Okay, so sure, that's fine. We've got a relevance and a 403 and then a Dorsey hearsay objection. And sure, I'll listen to the portions that y'all intend to play.
Thank you. We're pulling it up.
Hello, this is a free call from
All right.
You already know who this is. Shout it out.
an incarcerated individual at the Cobb County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe Securus, you may start the conversation now.
What the hell just happened?
Polo,
Yo,
I don't know what the hell just happened. Phone hung up.
you still in the car?
I'm in the car with 2 people.
What the fuck? Coach just hit for? Coach just screwed though.
Nah, he beat us about our money. He beat me on phone and trouble about our money. He probably won about goddamn whole time. Can't get on that.
I don't know, but I can't wait to slide out there. So I'm trying to go fuck some shit up. So like 1, 2 of them motherfuckers shot and then just ball back. You heard? I need like a, huh?
What's that?
I need like $250,000, shot.
We're gonna
We need $500,000.
go get it soon as you come home, bro.
I know it. So this shit destined for a nigga, shot.
No, bro, I need to fuck out you, bro.
I ain't gonna count, but the same thing here, shot. No count, bro. Cause it like,
I fuck
I already,
about you every day, bro.
you say on phone ask about me every day?
And my phone ask about you every day.
Who? What you say, twin?
I said my phone asks about you every day.
Who? Twin. Who? Your girl? Yeah. She ain't seen no nigga like me, Charlotte. I keep that shit there all the way through, and then she ain't been hearing shit. No. And then them motherfuckers, you know, I ain't doing no begging, none of that shit. I'm just begging. My shit I got done on too, man. But my girlfriend, my girlfriend tripping, bro. Wait, I'm saying the one you on the phone with? Nah, they poo-poo. I poo act like they tell poo chill, man. Look like for real, man. The real slaughter guy nigga, man. For real, I be on that in the queue. I be on that in the queue, man. Like for real, so like this 4L shit go, man. Straight with the slime now, man. Tell them how this 4L shit go. I already know. My shit gone long, boy. Yo, what? My trade. That shit ain't longer than mine, nigga. I seen blessing, boy. Yeah, your shit probably a little bit longer than mine. My shit 5 years. My shit 5 years, pop. My shit down my back. I ain't cut my hair since I got out of prison. Alright, but look though, remember you had the afro shit going on, child. Yeah, your shit long. My shit long as hell. My shit down my back. I ain't got no 2 years in. Man, I can't wait. And I know you got this. And I know you got this shit on. Do I? Oh, well.
We're playing portions so the dreads part, that part is not necessary. I just wanted to put a pin in this particular part. We're going to keep playing it, but I understand that some of the portions we may take out, but we're going to just play it for context.
Okay.
Man, I told me to come in. I forget out they call, man. They tripping. What they come out? I ain't open your door, lying man, nigga. What people talking about? Your name, any girl name beautiful. She ugly though. How the hell she get the name beautiful? I don't know how she get the name beautiful. She need to get that name back to whoever beautiful. Hey, beautiful, don't get that name back to beautiful, child, because you don't need that one. I don't know. I call her ugly. Boy, I done had Boulay on your ass. I done had, but Boulay been on your ass, boy. Who? Boulay?
Why you got the phone?
I'm out. I'm going home tonight. Boulay been on your ass, boy. What?
No,
I've been having Boulay trying to find out where the head. I'm like, where the fuck Obama at, man? Find this nigga ass. We don't know where the fuck Obama at. We ain't seen Obama in so goddamn long. I've been locked up. You need to tell Slime. You need to tell Slack. Start that business, bro. If I do something to him, boy. I can't tell Slack nothing. Now, he just told me the slime, robbing the slimes out there. So I'm like, I need to holler at Obama so I can let Obama know the goddamn shut down. So he got too much going on. But now, you telling me it did nigga ass. You feel me? I don't. Shit, I've been knowing you before Slack. You feel me? Yeah, I already know. I bought head with Slack. I ain't bought head with you. I bought head with Slack. I done dropped down. You feel me? We'll never bought head. You feel me? Bro, we'll fight one-on-one. We'll fight one-on-one before we bought head, bro. I wouldn't even fight you, Charlie. I wouldn't even fight you, though. I swear to God. I wouldn't even fight you, bro. I tell every nigga, bro, the situation. I'm like, the day I met Polo, my mama died, bro. Trying to pull me to the side, talk to some sense to my head. We've been rocking ever since, bro. Ever since. It's just been a rock. It's been a rock since then. Ain't been no collisions or none of that. None of that, bro. It'll never be. Cause it how we rock, shot. We got a different vibe. Nigga, how we carry ourselves. Yeah. And we wear down. Every time we're trying to wear down, nigga, we wear that shit down. Like, hey, man. Nigga, you done had my shoes on. I had those shoes on. Fuck you. Come on, bro. You know I love you. I never forget the phone pilot. Black and gold. Phone pilots and them all red 12. Yeah, for sure. Boy, I love you. I love you like a motherfucker, bro. I'm my mama's soul. To the point we like fuck 11. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Play me right quick, Clay. Play me right. Stand right here. Stay right here. I ain't finna get out the phone. I'm finna see my twin walk. Stand right here.
All right. That'll be girl. Yeah. Need something to drink. Let's tuck these in. $16. Step up by 16.
We're going to skip to 8:32. So, Your Honor,
I bought them. That'll be back.
we stopped at 6:42, I believe. We're just going to skip forward to 8:05.
Bless you.
Wait, okay, wait, he leaves soon as why they talking to the ain't nothing to talk about. What I'm saying? What they dare talk about? I'm saying here too, right? Only thing they be talking about is copping deuces. Yo,
What the hell going?
we made that nigga pull back up though.
Y'all made who pull back up?
Another nigga, we been beefing with Shed Care them. So goddamn.
Shit. Oh yeah, them 9 do niggas.
Yeah.
Shit, care.
Yeah, them
Shit, care something up.
Huh?
Let's shit, care something up.
I don't know, he working shit out here though. I ain't gonna lie about that one. Huh?
Shit, care not the 100 business.
Yeah, he out in the business, bro.
Man, so you just need to step away, bro. Continue doing what you're doing, bro. I already know you.
I'm handling the business too.
I already know how you coming, shot. I know, but that shit got down. What Thug got going on, bro?
No, he don't say that though.
Oh.
I'm like, come on, what? You be ready to buy everything?
Huh?
What Thug got going on?
Shit scary. Him in LA.
What the hell, Del Greg? Del Greg ain't scary enough. Del Greg the real one.
He down here. Yeah, love him.
Del Greg and Lama.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that shit getting serious here.
Nicole.
Hey.
Man, them over so lit out here, so I can't wait till you get home, bro.
You got some gas on you, Shadow?
Mm-hmm.
Man, roll up a blunt for me, Shadow.
I'm finna do that. I don't even smoke. I'm finna do that right now, I swear to God.
Roll up a blunt for me, Shadow. Don't
Hey, roll up.
need
You got a blunt?
that shit.
You got a blunt?
Don't poke that, blow that shit.
You got a blunt, V? You got a blunt, V? Roll up the weed. My brother said smoke one for him.
I just smoke that shit, man. I smoke one of the motherfuckers because I've been locked up 2 years, man, on baddies. I got more baddies than the goddamn hospital, Shadow.
So, Your Honor, this is with Mr. Dorsey in jail talking to Mr. Sumlin. These are two co-conspirators of the defendants here. The conversation is intended to foster reassurance and cohesion with a YSL associate, or a co-conspirator rather, who is in jail, not able to know what all is going on. The most pertinent part of what we heard was, one of the more pertinent parts was Mr. Sumlin actually telling Mr. Dorsey that Onfon asks about him every day. He says it more than once, but then when Mr. Dorsey says, "Who your girl?" and then they start joking about what his girl feels about Mr. Dorsey and dreads. So that area from about 2 minutes to 4, I think it was about 4 minutes and change, where I paused and put a pin in it for the dreads part, we would need to play. But the portion where he's talking about slimes and slat, and Mr. Dorsey is relaying to Mr. Sumlin that what he's gotten from one YSL associate, and their conversation about that knowledge, we believe, is part of Mr. Sumlin, Mr. Dorsey giving Mr. Sumlin what information he has, Mr. Sumlin sort of being reassuring. They're talking about essentially, family fighting, but they go on to talk about how they rock, how they are close, nevertheless, regardless of the squabbles internally. As we go further down, skipping from where he gets off the phone and says, "Stay right here," and he sort of starts talking to someone else. From that point till he comes back on the phone saying that he is on FaceTime with Kale. Mr. Sumlin goes on to tell Mr. Dorsey that we've been beefing with Shell, Kell, and them. And Mr. Dorsey is saying, them 9 deuce ends, what Shell, Kell talking about? This is Mr. Sumlin apprising Mr. Dorsey of what's going on, even if he has some kind of, respect for the game. As he then goes on and says further down that the shit is getting serious. It's so lit out here. And we stop before they start talking about information from a girl and things that we don't feel is really pertinent. So the call between Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Sumlin, this being someone that Mr. Dorsey reaches out to commit one of the acts we've alleged in the indictment, we believe is pertinent in that it fosters the cohesion that I spoke of earlier.
All right, well, what about the portions later on that are noted on here?
So
with Dorsey asking about what Thug has going on and talking about him being bodies on bodies.
we can take out the bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. That part we don't need to play about Mr. Dorsey talking about himself having bodies on bodies. Him talking about Umfunk and Thug being in LA, we believe is pertinent in that it is reflecting the association between members or associates or co-conspirators. So the providing of information to Mr. Dorsey by Mr. Sumlin about Thug and Umfunk, especially where initially you hear Mr. Sumlin attempting to tell Mr. Dorsey that Umfunk asks about him every day, I believe is intended, again, to just keep him in the loop, even though he's locked up. So it is, in that way, providing reassurance and fostering cohesion.
Okay.
So there are portions that we would, of course, not want to play, Dreads, Your Girl, bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies, rolling up a weed. Those portions we would take out and can give express timestamps for those that we would be taking out. We specifically would like to play the portions that I've just specifically spoken of to the court for the reasons that I've described or given.
Okay, so, on the sheet, it's really narrow bits of this, 428 to 440, 832 to 840, 910 to 920. But I feel like Do you actually want in more than that?
Yes, because as I looked, I was literally looking at the time frame, the timestamps, and some of what I specifically asked in, I think are outside of those portions, those groupings. So I'll have to provide to the defense a more specific and better tailored timestamp.
Okay. All right, I mean, it seems like if, as you're describing it, that first portion,
Your Honor, I heard it a little differently. Just factually, what was said on the call.
go ahead.
My understanding from the call is Sumlin Dorsey that someone was asking about.
Speak into the mic.
Mr. Sumlin told Mr. Dorsey that someone was asking about him. Mr. Dorsey says, now this is Mr. Dorsey who doesn't know the answer to that question, says, oh, who? Unfunk? And then Mr. Sumlin says, no, my girl, or something like that. And so, I think that Mr. Dorsey brought up Unfunk, who's Mr. Greer, but Mr. Sumlin, who's the one that's given the information, actually said, no, that's not correct. But beyond that, Your Honor, this call is important because it shows that Dorsey knows Sumlin and Sumlin says that Unfunk and Jeffrey are in LA. First of all, I don't know how that's furthering a conspiracy.
I don't think that what they've got going on there in LA is anything other than, yeah, what's been going on. So I don't see that part coming in.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's just, I don't know. To me, the only thing that this call may do is show that Dorsey, well, it does do, is show that Dorsey and Sumlin know each other, and at least they've heard of or are familiar with the people that are Unfunk and Mr. Williams. I'm not sure how personally familiar, but at this point, a year into this trial, if that's what we're trying to prove at this point, this is supposed to be about Mr. Dorsey seeking approval from Mr. Sumlin, this count, for harming Mr. Rashawn Bennett, Mr. YFN Lucci, and I don't see how any of this on this call falls under any hearsay exceptions, and then further how it's I'm talking too much today. Further, I don't see how it's really relevant to anything that's alleged in this indictment. It's just, this is really just a 10-minute, 15-minute conversation of two guys talking about nothing.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I'd go that far. I think maybe Ms. Love, if you could narrow down and give us new timestamps, and then maybe we just listen to the portions that you actually think should come in.
Okay.
We'll just circle back on this one, okay?
Thank you.
But those last two parts that are listed, one of them you withdrew and the other one is out anyway, but I think we got to get a better handle on
just the specific
parts. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. The next one is labeled reference number 0, page number 1892, I think.
Right. Right, Your Honor, page
Okay.
1892, and we're going to start at the beginning, going up to 40, about 1 minute in.
Well, what's it about, and is
Okay.
there an objection?
I'm sorry. Oh, so this is Mr. If the court is asking the state.
This is the same two people talking again, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, is there anything beyond what's in the summary? And who is it they're talking about that they need to take down? Or can we tell?
Ted, and that is the person he is alleged to have sought the murder
Okay,
of.
so this is the one that has to do with seeking permission.
No, not from, this is the one that is count 56.
Count 56 or Act 56?
Count 56. 55. With the, where Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Summerlin are charged with conspiracy to commit the offense of murder.
Okay, which is not is it also an act that?
Yes, it's, all of the counts are also acts.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And the date is April the 15th.
Okay, well, is there any objection to this one? I mean, it's clearly relevant. I don't think I actually heard objection when y'all were running through the list the first time. I mean, I know you wouldn't ideally want it in, but is there any evidentiary objection to this?
Your Honor, I don't want to waste the court's time. If that is what it purports to be, then there would not be a relevance objection. What I'm a little unclear of is, my notes are good, but they're not 100%. So obviously any character, irrelevant things like that are in the call, I would be objecting to, but I would just ask if we could circle back on this one.
All right, we'll circle back on this one too. So you can re-review your notes or to make.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. 1442, 1488. This one also seems relevant, and I think the only objection I heard before was hearsay. It would, if it's what it seems to be, seems like that would come in under the co-conspirator exception.
Well, Your Honor, this is kind of the same. This is the cousin to my objections with Mr. Garlington. I'm not going to defend Mr. Sumlin in court if there's seems to be calls indicating that he is selling narcotics. It is what it is. But as far as being in furtherance of a conspiracy or involving anyone here or in any organization that the state has deemed a RICO organization, quote unquote YSL. I just don't see that. This seems to be someone with their phone tap doing individual illegal activity on their phone. So,
Well, I mean, it obviously is going to be for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any of this drug dealing was in furtherance of the gang, but that they can argue it, whether they convince the jury of that or not, I don't know. Their evidence is not particularly strong that I've seen so far on this. But I'm not the decision maker with regard to that, so.
I mean, this is just a little bit different of a call because this isn't even two people. This is a drug dealer telling a drug purchaser, hey, meet me at this spot so I can sell you some drugs.
Yeah.
I just not seeing the relevance link for why we're here. If they charged Antonio Sumlin with selling drugs in 2022, I would completely get it. But that's not why we're here.
And Your Honor, this is a perfect example of one that the web has came into evidence in multiple ways through testimony. I believe it was written in Instagram messages from 2015. This is 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And Antonio Sumlin says, I'm going to be at the web, which is a place where drugs were sold in a common hangout. And the person on the call says, you mean Slug's old spot, who was Trontavious Stevens, who testified, was a witness in this trial, whose nickname is Tick, and also Slug. And Antonio Sumlin says, yeah, but it ain't Slug old spot anymore. So you have something from 2015, a spot that YSL members hang out and state puts forth drugs were sold at, that has passed hands over the years. And you fast forward to 2022, the state would ask Mr. Sumlin questions about this. And if he said, I've never heard of the web, I don't know who Slug is or Trontavious Stevens is, and I definitely don't know he ever used to have some spot called the web, we would impeach him with this very brief portion. So I view this more so as a impeachment with, and again, Mr. Sumlin's going to be testifying.
Okay.
And I understand that, and I thank the state for the clarification. Now, I will say, if those questions are posed to Mr. Sumlin, I am going to object because I don't, and I'm not saying this was intentional, but from my recollection, Mr. Stevens was not saying that he had this place called the Web back in 2015. So I don't think that those dates are correct or have been or accurately reflect the testimony, but I understand what the state's saying about impeaching. I just don't think those dates are correct.
Okay. Well,
I don't want Mr. Sumlin to be confronted with false dates and then deny it, and all of a sudden we're saying.
Okay. Well, I was about to say to the state, you better make sure what the facts are that have come in before you ask it in that specific of a way.
Yes, Your Honor. And Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton both said that, and Mr. Shard, the date, I in my brain, I thought it was 2015 because this came into the trial.
Okay. Well, just
but
make
it's
sure what
2022.
it is.
So that
before you
Instagram
ask
post.
about it. Okay. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, also the second speaker, the unidentified speaker is not speaking. I would object to that being played. Any of their statements or his statements.
The
Non-testifying.
purchaser.
The purchaser. Because they're not in conspiracy in a drug case. It's a buyer-seller relationship. So under Darville, D-A-R-V-I-L-L-E, they're not co-conspirators.
Right. No, they wouldn't be. I would think that would be accurate.
And Your Honor, Jones v. State, which is a 339 Georgia App 95. It's a Georgia Court of Appeals case. Pin site. It says, the court ruled that I'll find the pin site 1 second. It says the court ruled that the informant statements were admissible to provide.
Slow down. There is
Sorry.
no way she can take that.
My apologies, Madam Court Reporter. I'm very sorry. Genuinely. They wanted to provide context for Jones' responses to those statements, not that the informant statements were admitted to prove the truth of
Well,
the
maybe I
matter
better
asserted.
listen to it then.
Yes, Your Honor. This stands for the proposition, again, it's three sentences. Mr. Sumlin says, I'm going to be at the web. This other individual says, what, Slug's old spot? And Antonio Sumlin says, yes, but it ain't Slug's old spot no more. So if you just had Mr. Sumlin saying, I'm going to be at the web, yeah, but it ain't Slug's old spot no more. I mean, it's literally this male saying 4 words.
Okay.
What, Slug's old spot? I think it gives context to Mr. Sumlin's response.
Okay, and then does that caller say anything else?
No, Your Honor. This whole entire clip is 46 seconds.
Okay, so the only thing that the purchaser says is what, Slug's old spot?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
In terms of the part that the state would be asking Mr. Sumlin, and if necessary, impeach
Okay.
him with this portion.
All right, I mean, I would think that would be okay to come in to provide context. And that's 339 Georgia App 95 is that what you said?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. It's 339 Georgia App 95. It's a case where they played a jail call with an informant, and they objected because, again, the other person on the line who wasn't the defendant in this case wasn't testifying. And I read this case to basically hold for, in certain contexts, like this is a perfect example. If you're playing a recording and you need to have the context, you're not offering the other person's words for the truth of the matter asserted. Like the state's not offering this male was that Slug's old spot for the truth. It's because Antonio Sumlin responds, yes, but it's not Slug's spot anymore. And again, Mr. Sumlin will be testifying.
Okay. All right, our next one is 2712, page 2752. Who is he talking to? Who is someone talking to?
So, Your Honor, I don't have the notes for. I don't have a note for who Mr. Sumlin's talking with this. I will try to find that out. I don't know who the other called party is on this call.
Okay. Do you allege it to be an unindicted co-conspirator?
From the nature of this, so
The context?
the context, I think this is one that very much we need to play
Okay.
to adequately address arguments related
right.
to it.
And would you intend this one to come in regardless or just for impeachment?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe this would one that would
Come in.
probably both, but yes, if for some reason the state wasn't able to ask the right questions to get this in as impeachment, it's both.
Okay.
Yo, gang. Yo. But I miss you, bitch. I hear.
I've been dog.
I know I've been. I know. Listen, man. I just got a phone with the boy Woody, right? Yeah. Who just coming down the road, right? So boom, they did jump on him. They did that. But he was like, they tried to put him on the door and all that. But he said gang task force came and talked to him and all that shit. So he thug right hand man. And long story short, he based on some bro that YSL shit over with. But bro, nigga got started a whole new name. Like that's how he coming at me. Like, bro, that shit so fucking hot right now, bro. He like, bro, you gonna go to jail, bro. Niggas going to jail, bro. Them folks trying to lock nigga ass up, boy. This shit, see, niggas in jail no more than us because we on the street. And we freelancing. They know because them folks pulling up on them folks. You feel what I'm saying?
So, yeah, you're right.
Bro, nigga really got to backstage this shit for a little bit. Like, really not even like, not yeah, I'm not giving up on game, period. It's just like, it's so much going on, this shit, bro. Like, bro, it's so much going on, bro. Like, yeah, it's a lot going on with that shit, boy.
Yeah, niggas got fired back. That's how.
They got to kind of fall back because there's so much going on. Like, I talked to Woody. He called me because he was like, bro, like, he was like, vape, bro, about 3 niggas done push up on me talking about your name. Talking about, boy, I'm on the vape, Woody. Them folks pushing up on Woody. Them folks trying to get some screening down there about Shawty. You feel me? Because I heard you got jumped on. I sent word down there like, bro, y'all need to eat anything that's up. You feel me?
Yeah.
Them folks pushing up on Woody. So Woody finally called like, vape, boy, you hell. But he like, boy, I'm proud of you. Boy, I'm like, what? He was like, boy, hey, man, you standing on business. You feel me? So I go and tell him about you. I'm like, man, I'm standing on business too. You feel me? He was like, oh, yeah, Shawty one the one. I'm like, yeah, that's my man. You feel me?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, though, but I was just telling him how niggas put up, niggas ain't outside for real. He was like, man, he say, babe, bro, I know that, bro. He like, bro, niggas ain't, everybody ain't like that, bro. You give me the rundown, like, you know, Woody one of the niggas who I really jot shit out and listen to, because Shawty really smart.
Yeah.
Shawty very intelligent, like, and he knowing something like, he like, bro, that shit hot right now. They just chill, bro. Like, just chill, bro. Like, I know he's basically like, bad y'all nigga want to go do something, but you can't right now. He said it's impossible. He said it's impossible. He said, yeah, they gonna end up in jail. He said because they watching. When you think they ain't watching, he said they own nigga ass, bro.
Yeah,
So
you're
you
right.
gotta chill, bro. Just tell Gang or tell Rose them to chill. You feel me? Tell Chad them to chill for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They tell nigga backstage, bro. I'm like just chill and just lay low. You feel me? Until it's time. You know what I'm saying? It's time for everything.
Yeah, nigga, why they lay low? Lead about end of June. Well, I'm finna say beginning of June, but shit, June about 30 days away.
Yeah, June about 30, about a good 30 days. We'll be all right. About a good, about 2 months. I give it 2 months because when it
That's why I said. That's why I said I was finna say June, but June just 30 days.
No, listen. I'm still coming around gang. I ain't
Shit, me too.
I'm just finna go listen. I'm finna stop at
Niggas just gotta move better, bro, and start posting just like miscellaneous stuff.
Nigga gotta stop posting that YSL shit. Nigga can't post that YSL and
shit like that.
Yeah, but nigga know what's up. Everybody know what's up. I'm finna stop right here and grab this food stamp card, and I'm finna ride to my house. Then I'm gonna pull up on your spot, bro. I'm pull up on you today, bro.
All right, say no more.
All right, bro.
If you come straight here, bring my ID.
I'm bringing your ID today. That's why I just told you I'm finna go to the house and get your ID and come straight to you.
All right. I mean, that seems pretty clearly to be 801 D2E. So let's move on to the next one. You can.
I'm just thinking through this. We have an unidentified person saying to, this is my understanding, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Unidentified person saying to Sumlin what Mr. Copeland supposedly told him. Is that not correct?
No, I don't think so. Isn't it? Is it the unidentified person that says what Woody said, or is it someone that says what Woody said? But regardless.
So, Your Honor, it is the individual. We think possibly it's somebody that goes by the name Bayboy because of what's said in this call. But to answer the court's question, he says the male that Antonio Sumlin speaking with says, I just got off the phone with Woody, who's
Okay.
Mr. Copeland.
All right. Okay.
So my understanding of 801 D2E is the declarant needs to be a member of the conspiracy.
I can't hear you. I mean, I can hear
Oh,
you, but I don't know if
my-
everybody can hear you.
My understanding of 801 D2E is the declarant, not necessarily the receiver, but the declarant needs
Yeah.
to be a member of the conspiracy.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I had their two voices mixed up, I guess. I thought it was someone saying, hey, here's all this stuff I know, and the caller, or I mean, the other person that was just basically, for a lot of the time, saying, uh-huh, and then finally talking at the end. But I guess that was the flip. Right?
Your Honor, I apologize. I was, somebody was speaking, I was speaking with co-counsel when you said that, Your Honor, so I did not hear the court. I apologize.
Okay, so it's the caller who says, hey, here's, all this stuff that Woody just told me. And who is then saying, well, I mean, it seems like they're kind of both saying that, but who is saying, we have to chill on this YSL stuff for a while and
So,
stop posting and.
Your Honor, they both reference that. So it depends on what comment. So for example, and I can play this part again, but there is a YSL member who goes by the name Babe Boy. And so I'll find the time hack, but in this call references who he is, but there's case law and a principle too of an unindicted co-conspirator because this male says, I'm still with the gang, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking to Copeland and
Yeah.
Garlington's wiretap. We're not playing all of these. He has a plethora of calls with Copeland in the jail. And Copeland does get jumped on in the jail. And this creates an issue. And the prison gang task force goes and talks to Copeland. And so you have both Garlington and this is Sumlin speaking about this. And clearly they're saying we need to fall back. We need to stop posting this YSL stuff. And Obama, what he does say is he says, we got to fall back. And then Sumlin says, he says right after this guy goes into a conversation about they're watching, and he says right. And so they both say it. And this person he's speaking with is, pretty much overtly saying, I'm still with the gang, but I'm gonna fall back.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like whether we know who this other person is or not, it seems clear from what they're saying that they're co-conspirators.
And I understand the concept of context and picking up on the context. I'll just let the court know my stance. I've never heard of this Baby Boy or whatever we're saying. And there's no such person mentioned in this very voluminous discovery. And it's just difficult for me, I guess, to accept that we have thousands and thousands of documents and then the state can say, well, we think it's this person that goes by a nickname that's not mentioned in any of these documents and we believe they're a co-conspirator. I understand the context, but my objection is under 801 D2E, the state has not established a foundation that the declarant is a co-conspirator.
Okay, and you're saying there are other calls that establish that from the
Establish-
same caller?
Establish which part, Your Honor?
The co-conspirator status of the unknown call,
No, Your Honor.
unknown other
So
participant in the call.
the state's position is very rarely do you have a call and that if you never knew the identity of this person from just the contents of this brief portion, I think it's quite clear he's speaking with Kenneth Copeland, who there's been evidence and testimony about is a YSL member in prison, who's also speaking with Demekion Garland because we have two wiretaps going on at the same time. And sometimes they speak with each other. Long story short, he's saying, I'm still with the gang. We got to stop posting this YSL stuff. So if you never knew his name or his identity, I still believe he's an unindicted co-conspirator.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So then our next one is 2805, page 2846.
So
Judge, this is co-conspirator statement, the portion of the call that's summarized in, I believe, what the court has before it, that document. It, I think it accurately sums up the portions that, so from 00 to 505, this is the subject that they're talking about.
Are there objections?
On behalf of Mr. Stillwell, to the extent that this call is direct evidence of count, I think it's 56, we acknowledge the relevance. We would just ask that no extraneous information or discussion be played in front of the jury.
Okay, so keep it, I mean, you know the
We have it.
timestamp, so. I mean, I haven't listened to it, but if you think that there's this extraneous stuff within that 5 minutes and 5 seconds, bring it to my attention or talk with the other side and come to agreement. Okay. All right, so then I think our next one might be the last one for here. Is that right? 2980, page 3022.
There,
Or did I skip one?
You skip one, Your Honor.
Which one did I skip?
I believe 2820 and to 20.
Oh, I thought y'all weren't gonna pursue that one anymore.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Correct, Your Honor. It is 2980 or 3022 is the last one on the
Okay.
Excel spreadsheet, Your Honor. This is a very brief call.
All right.
Big, yo. Hi, OBs. Yeah. Where you at, the web? Yeah. I don't know about it. I need no powder clip. That nigga Toot just pulled out. He got one. He the only one I know got a powder. I don't know nobody else got no powder. I got 2 extra mags on. I'm gonna tell him when he come pull back up. He just pulled out. All right. All right.
So, Your Honor, the state believes that this other called party is a rock crew YSL member that goes by the name Jimmy Reeves. And so he says, are you up at the web, which is the same location we had mentioned a couple calls before. I got 2 extra mags for him. I believe he's talking about magazines with bullets in them. And those 27-second clips. And then he mentions Tunk, who I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge. But it's that brief. This would be one where we would ask him some questions about I believe it's two YSL members talking about getting extra magazines to bring to the web, a location that they hang out or frequent and sell narcotics, but I also see this in the category of questions we would ask Mr. Sumlin on the stand.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I don't think that would just come in otherwise. I don't think that it, saying, hey, I think I've got 2 extra mags is establishes a conspiracy or that these.
We were asking a question on this. I thought he said, I got 2 extra mags for him, as in for another YSL member, but nonetheless, this is something that we.
Regardless, there can be people that provide ammunition to people who aren't co-conspirators. I mean, I don't think this one meets the requirements.
Understood, Your Honor.
So impeachment, if that becomes appropriate, but not otherwise.
Yes, Your Honor.
And
All right.
Your Honor, this might not be the time, but I just don't see they're already talking about laying a foundation for a prior inconsistent statement or potentially, but I don't even see the relevance of someone calling Mr. Sumlin. Mr. Sumlin says, Toomp just left. And then someone, and I'm being told it's Jimmy Reeves. Again, Jimmy Reeves is a name that's new to me. And so not exactly a central figure in any of these stories, but apparently wanting to sell gun components to Mr. or to anyone, but Mr. Sumlin says, oh, Mr. Sledge just left. I just don't see the relevance of any of this to what we're talking about in this trial. So I appreciate the court's ruling about it only potentially coming in as a prior inconsistent statement, but if they start asking questions about something irrelevant, I'm going to, or what I
Okay.
deem irrelevant, I think
Okay.
relevance objections.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state's understanding of this clip is 3 YSL members discussing bringing magazines. I don't believe they're bringing empty magazines. I guess they could from firearms to a location that YSL members frequent and sell narcotics out of that also has firearms. So I think, because he's saying, I'm bringing it for him, talking about, I believe he's talking about Mr. Sledge. So you have 2 YSL members saying, hey, I'm going to come to the trap house to bring an extra 2 magazines for a 3rd YSL gang member.
Okay.
I think it's certainly relevant. I understand the court's position on not in furtherance of the conspiracy, but I think it satisfies 401.
Okay. It wasn't that it wasn't in furtherance of the conspiracy. It was that I don't think it's established that whoever this unknown caller is a co-conspirator.
Understood, Your Honor. That would, I'll proffer to the court that the APD gang detectives are familiar with Mr. Jimmy Reeves, who is a YSL member. There's
Okay.
nothing in the contents of this call that you would know that.
Okay. All right. All right, well, that takes care of those, except for the couple we need to circle back on. So. And those were the 2 we just mentioned, and then also remember 2158. And then, of course, 2119, when we have Mr. Harvey with us again.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Regarding the Sumlin wiretap, I've been trying to take notes and I realized, could you just review your ruling or restate your ruling for 2442? I just don't have a ruling noted for that.
That's in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Can we make progress on something else for maybe another 30 minutes? Yes. Let's all take a restroom break. Well, everybody that wants one. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back, real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LC Live and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LC Live for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
Miss Love and, or it may have been Miss Hilton, y'all, when I first got in this case, this order of exhibits, which it has it, I mean, we can talk about it tomorrow, but y'all given a couple of, I feel like, different updates to this since then.
We have.
Can you have for everybody to use first thing in the morning, whatever you believe your latest and greatest to be?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, y'all had done kind of a partial list that had not witnessed, but the evidence, you know, the specific evidence that was going to come through. And I said, oh, don't get that detailed right now. Just focus on a broad one. But if y'all know it for other people by now, and, you know, it's in a form that can be put together pretty quickly, that might help us as well.
Yes, and we do have the Dropbox folders as well that have the exhibits, certain
Okay.
specific
All right.
exhibits.
So when we go through those, that's everything then. So.
No,
Even the order of proof that the state has, maybe speaking of the court has, I believe that has generally the evidence that we're going to be bringing into each.
Okay. All right, so this is still a pretty good thing to follow?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there an update to it or no?
we'll provide
All right,
everyone tomorrow
great.
morning. with
Okay,
an update.
because that'll help us. And then, okay, well, I guess that's what we need then. It's just whatever the most up-to-date one is. So we will have whatever discussions we're going to have about that tomorrow and streamlining and what's necessary and what's not. And then potentially move to the exhibits that are already in and where everybody is on that.
Okay.
Okay. And so that'll probably be hopefully a shorter day tomorrow. And then Friday we can talk about it tomorrow, but Friday we'll be back at 9 for all the stuff for Mr. Ryan, and then circling back to finish up all the things that y'all wanted to get back with on both of those sets of wiretaps. And then where would we move from there? Just to the rest of I think we were on the witness, where were we, 60 through 106 or whatever?
Your Honor, but the defense has gone through it, so I assume that I might be wrong, that the objections that we went through this morning, they had went through all of those folders, so they presented their objections in that joint motion that we went through earlier, is what I assume.
Oh, that was the rest of the evidence?
I assume they went through all
That
of.
would be fantastic.
So I think that would be a question for the defense, but my
Okay.
understanding,
Well,
they
let's
had
ask
went
the
through
defense.
all of it.
Okay, so the joint motion that y'all had agreement to, or, you know, things that were not yet agreed to that we went through this morning, does that cover all of the evidence that y'all know about that's been presented as, here's something we're going to present?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
The state was still, and they may have sent it over today, but signifying what jail calls and what parts of body cameras. And I did not look at that if it
Okay.
did come. I think it came today.
And my apologies. That was the last groups, the videos or media. We sent over the timestamps. I think they need to review that to see if there's an
That
issue.
got sent today?
That got sent early this morning, yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, well, hopefully then, by Friday, y'all will have looked. And let me just say, in terms of scheduling tomorrow, that it is going to be a shorter day because I have a couple of conflicts, and I may leave y'all here to work on both getting together on the exhibit list, but if we can't push it off forever, because at some point we have to figure that out. But I may give you all the afternoon to kind of stick around and work on the videos and the jail calls.
That would be great.
Okay. And then that way, Friday, we can discuss them. Okay?
We could also, if it's okay with the court, just go through and make sure we didn't miss anything in the 60 through 100
Sure.
and
Yeah,
something.
we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks everybody for your hard work today. And I will see y'all all at 9 tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Who's here? Hmm? Just so y'all are clear, we're not really in session tomorrow. It's just basically going to be one big sort of meeting, but not court, not motions, just discussion. So y'all can have the day off. Mr. Ryan on Friday.